I want to go ahead and start with the state of the state. Where are we now with STEMI care in the state of Virginia? I'm still in a little bit of a state of disbelief that we're in our 15th year, a decade and a half. It's incredible. Where has the time gone? We've made tremendous strides, but as I'll show you today, we still have tremendous opportunities ahead of us. And 15 years later, I think our mission statement still captures the soul of VHAC, and that is to work collaboratively to improve the systems of care for the early recognition and treatment of all Virginia residents having heart attacks. Now, you would not be here today, or you would not be out in Zoom land if you didn't feel that in your heart, if you didn't feel that in your bones. I think we all share the same passion. We're all motivated by the same things. But I wanted to say that this is not just our idea, or not just, gee whiz, this would be a good thing to do if we could do it for STEMI patients, or sort of a state level kumbaya phenomenon. This is really enshrined in the ACC/AHA guidelines, the STEMI guidelines, on the regional systems of STEMI care, reperfusion therapy, and time to treatment goals. This is a class 1 recommendation, the highest level recommendation that you could get. And I'm going to read this statement because there's a bit to unpack here, and a good bit that applies to Virginia. All communities should create and maintain a regional system of STEMI care that includes assessment and continuous quality improvement of EMS and hospital-based activities. So what does that mean? Well, the way I interpret community is not just my own hometown, not my county, not my EMS district, but really all my fellow Virginians. And that was the inspiration for the Virginia Heart Attack Coalition. That includes assessment and continuous quality improvement. We're constantly looking at our data. These aren't just good ideas. These are ideas that we have to back up with performance and outcomes data. And this incorporates EMS and hospital-based activities. So why is that seemingly benign statement so important? Well, it is because although the Door to Balloon project, I was the state chairman of that in Virginia. It was a tremendously exciting time 15, 18 years ago, but D2B was only the start. Now, you might be thinking, well, yeah, we kind of know that already, but you'd be surprised in 2023, I still talk to health systems where they say, oh yeah, the STEMI guy, no, we're good. Our door to balloon times are really good. And I think what we all know now and what we preach is that it's not just door to balloon. Certainly door to balloon is important, but it's only one segment. It really starts with first medical contact. And that's why we have the emphasis and the empowerment and the support of EMS really kind of weaved into the fabric of everything that we do. The next guideline on the slide, I think, is a good segue to talk about that. And that is the performance of a 12-lead pre-hospital EKG by EMS personnel at the site or at first medical contact. If I could sum up the Virginia Heart Attack Coalition with one visual, it would be this slide right here. I think this captures the spirit and the passion of everything that we do. This is an experienced paramedic in the field holding up a pre-hospital 12 lead with a pretty obvious inferior lateral stent. A lot of work and sweat and toil has gone into making this the reality and the standard of care across Virginia. I will say that one of the many things that we're proud of, and there's some old faces in the audience tonight that were present at the creation, was that when we started VHAC, only about 50 to 60% of ambulances in the state of Virginia had pre-hospital ECG equipment. We worked tirelessly with the Office of DMS, RSAF grants, private donors. We are now up to 99% of rescue vehicles with this capability. So big shout out to all the people that made that possible. Well, I'm not going to go into too deep on how we got VHAC started, what our structure was, but I just want to put this up there to say, for anybody who's ever tried to fix or improve upon the process of care in just a single cath lab, emergency department, or EMS agency knows, it can be very, very hard. So imagine in 2008 deciding that you wanted to do this across an entire state. Pretty big state, pretty geographically and socioeconomically diverse state. So the first thing we did was to break it up into 6 separate regions. These are loosely based on EMS council districts. And one of the reasons that we did that was we knew at the end of the day that For some of us original founders, Mike Contos, David Burt, who's not with us anymore, but was a key part of this, and myself. When this started, we weren't really able to quit our day jobs and try to be, as much as we traveled, we couldn't be everywhere all at once. So it really came down to fostering regional leadership and regional activity. And that was kind of the basis for our strategic plan, which we call the 3 pillars. The first is sustainable regional activity. Those are the STEMI committees that meet monthly or quarterly and carry on this work when we can't be there. The next is EMS education, training, and equipment. Again, if I had to say, who are the critical personnel? All of our stakeholders, we love all of them. You're all important, but who are really the frontline troops, the Marines in this fight? Those are our EMS providers. And then finally, state data collection and reporting. We did not want to be an organization that talked about this stuff and said, gee whiz, this is a good idea, let's do this, without really having a way to hold our collective feet to the fire. Because no matter how good our intentions, how good our protocols and processes, I'm going to quote legendary New York Jets coach, even though it's been a tough week to be a Jets fan. I'm going to quote Bill Parcells, and his legendary quote was, "You're as good as your record says you are." So you can think you have a great STEMI system, you can be well-meaning and think you're doing everything right. But at the end of the day, if your first medical contact to device times aren't what they should be, that's what's got to drive change. Now, that brings me to, I think, one of the next great developments in our history. Around about 2017, the backbone of our effort, our data collection effort, the action registry, was no more. And we were really stuck. For about a year or two there, I thought, what are we going to do, right? I've been preaching data drives change. I've been preaching you're only as good as your times say you are. And suddenly we don't have a way to measure that. So we joined forces with VCSQI, and Eddie Fahn and others were critical in helping us do this, and ARMIS, and created our own STEMI database. And I'm excited to present some of that data today. I'm going to present it at the regional level. Eddie's going to do a deeper dive into some of the finer points, and we'll hopefully give you a more complete picture of the state in terms of our outcomes and performance. So where are we right now with the STEMI database? Well, this is something we have created in Virginia, but I don't want you to think it's kind of a slipshod, homegrown sort of thing. This is based on NCDR, chest pain MI data, and to a lesser extent yet with the guidelines. Out of about 40 plus PCI programs, we're up to 19. And when 6 additional centers start to upload their data, we'll be up to 25. So we're pretty excited and pretty proud of that. So I'm going to give you kind of a quick overview. Now, I did show you that there are 6 separate VHAC regions. The central region around Richmond does not have a critical mass of hospitals just yet to post this data. They will soon, and hopefully by next year, I'll be able to show you all 6 regions. We've got tons and tons of data to slice and dice, but we tried to pick the highest value targets. So we looked at door in, door out, because we know how important Dido is for our transfer patients, and we did not want to neglect transfer patients. Those are our most challenging subset. We looked at median transfer time between hospitals just to get a flavor of what these geographic barriers were. First medical contact to primary PCI, less than 90 minutes percentage-wise. And then finally, I think where the rubber really meets the road, median FMC to primary PCI in our non-transfer patients. Now, you can see, I could go back and show you the data when we started. And actually, I can go way, way back when we started VHAC, and all I had were some dusty sort of Medicare claims data that put our FMC to balloon time in the state of Virginia somewhere in the high 90s. So just to give you an idea how far we've come, we are now down to 72 minutes for median FMC to balloon time. In terms of the other measures, the percentage under 90 is 90.8%. Median transfer time is 31, and median door in, door out is 59 minutes. So a little ways to go there. But all in all, I think pretty impressive and a testament to all the great work that you guys are doing out there. This is just to show you that we can break it down by hospital. Eddie can give you your secret code, and you can see how your health system stacks up against some of the others. It's color-coded whether you exceed the VCSQI average, you equal it, or you're below it. And he's going to show you more of that data today. Now, I want to go finally over the regional data. These are going to be a series of kind of line graphs that will show you our 5 regions. The thick central tendency or central green line there is the statewide median. And you can see it's trending down into the low 70s, as I've shown you already. So I'll go through these a little bit quickly, but I can always answer questions. This is our eastern region. This is Norfolk, the Tidewater area. You can see that the trend line is in the right direction, still above the statewide median, but heading in the right direction. This is Northern Virginia, same kind of picture, bounces around, still above the median, but through some of the great work that they're doing, it's again trending in the right way. This is Northwest, below the statewide median. This is out towards where we are today in Charlottesville, Winchester, Harrisonburg. And this is trending in the wrong direction, but you know, I'm kind of a glasses half full sort of person. I guess I'd have to be doing this for 15 years. And I'm very, very excited about some of the new dynamic leadership that we've recruited in this area. I think we're going to turn this around. This is our region, the southern region. I think we're doing pretty well. You can see there. We still have our own challenges, still trying to recruit another major center in our region. So every area's got things going well and things that they're really kind of working on, or barriers or gaps, if you will. And this is the western region above the statewide median. You guys deal with some of the most challenging geography and transfer distances, but I can tell you this is a really robust region. They bring a lot of people to the table for their quarterly or monthly meetings. So again, trending slowly in the right direction. So to wrap up, strategic planning in 2023 and beyond, how do we get better? I'm very, very proud of what you all have done, what we have done. I say it all the time. STEMI is a team sport. This is not a cardiology initiative. This is an EMS, cardiology, nursing, patient advocacy, ER. I can go on and on, but this is a multidisciplinary, a wide, diverse range of stakeholder type initiative. And again, the strides that we have made, reducing first medical contact to device time, the strides we've made getting pre-hospital 12-lead equipment on all vehicles. Honestly, just the number of people that I sincerely believe are, I even get a little emotional thinking about the people that I think are alive and doing well and have gone back to work and are, you know, playing with their grandkids because they got rapid reperfusion the night that they had an anterior MI, is a direct testament to all the work that you all are doing. So keep that up. But at the same time, I don't at this point want to stop and rest on our laurels. I know that we can get better. I know that we can evolve. We are starting to look systematically at our gaps, our barriers, and our opportunities. We're initiating a comprehensive assessment that we call a SWOT analysis, thanks to Sherry's leadership. And if you're not familiar with what that is, it is a look at your successes, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We want to see how we can continue to grow and provide more value for all of you so that ultimately you can serve your patients better. I showed you our original mission statement. I still think that captures the spirit of VHAC, but we're looking to revise and rewrite that to come up with a vision statement. Continue to ask all of you, what can we do better? How can we make your job when you go home tonight or tomorrow and you're going back to taking care of STEMI patients? How do we make it easier for you? You know, how do we get grandma from the living room of her house to Timmy 3-flow in the cath lab more often, more quickly? And then we're going to do this through a series of strategic planning workshops, which, by the way, you're all welcome to. I'll tell you about those schedules. We've already had one, which was a lot of fun, and I learned a ton. And I think this is going to make us better. So the work continues. I've often said that VHAC to me feels like a nonstop, perpetual political campaign. But now looking at what's coming up in our next election, I may need to retire that analogy because it has a lot of negative connotations. So I don't mean a political campaign in the worst aspects. I mean, if you think about it, we start with a mission or a vision of what we want to see the world like, the world of STEMI care. And the rest of our time is spent rallying the troops, recruiting regional leaders, stakeholders, overcoming those barriers, and staying on message. This is a patient-centered, guideline-driven mission, and we are about delivering faster, safer STEMI care. So we have to stay true to our mission and stay on message. Get involved with your own STEMI and shop committees. You're all invited to the Thursday calls, even though they're technically the steering group. Really, that's an open invitation. These are a lot of fun. We keep it tight. It's late at night, so we keep it to an hour. But I learn a ton, and I love interacting with all of you on those calls. And then I also want to put a plug in for the data managers work group calls, which are the third Wednesdays at noon. I do want to say also, just a shout out, if there's one other group of unsung heroes in the Virginia Heart Attack Coalition, it's really our data managers and our data abstractors. You know, if you don't have good data in, you don't have good data out. And this has become a very complicated job. We've got a great group of abstractors who really know what they're doing and are very conscientious. So this group brings everybody together, helps to support them, answer questions, and all the rest. So this is my last slide before I turn it over to Eddie Fonner. And I want to end with a challenge to all of our listeners here today and all of our friends out in Zoom land. Be that person. Your STEMI patients are counting on you. We've all been part of initiatives where we kind of knew what we needed to do. We knew there was a problem, but it never felt like anybody took that on their shoulders and carried the team. And that's what I'm asking all of you to do here today. Remember that what we're doing is patient-centered. This is all about the patient. Beginning and ending of the day, that's the only reason we are here. It's about goal setting, about being very honest and rigorous with what we're shooting for. It's about hardwiring processes. However, you can have the best goals and the best protocols and processes, but as one quality guru, I don't remember if it was Peter Drucker or whoever it was, he said that culture eats process for breakfast. We all know this intuitively. You can have everything down on paper that you're supposed to have, but if you don't have the right leaders, if you don't have the right culture, it's not going to get done. So I put the last and most important points down there: ownership and accountability. Again, be that person in your region that really makes the difference, that rallies the troops. It might be your interventionalist, it might be your EMS leader, it may be your chest pain coordinator, whoever it is. We kind of know these people when we meet them, but be that person and ultimately keep calm and carry your team. So with that, I want to wrap up and turn it over to Eddie for a deeper dive in the data. And Eddie has got a lot of really interesting stuff to show us. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Thanks everybody for being here today. Thanks everyone who is on our Zoom. I also wanted to just give a quick shout out to folks who are online. If you did want to share your camera and show your lovely picture to us, we do have a projector up here so we can see you from our meeting room. And yeah, feel free to jump in, ask questions. We can hear you. You can type in the chat box. So we want to make this as integrated meeting as possible. So please don't be shy here. I'm going to dive into a little bit more of the STEMI data that Dr. O'Brien touched upon. Showing, first of all, our VCSQI model here. Now that VCSQI and VHAC are integrated, showing how the data and these collaborative meetings and the reporting of metrics really drives a cycle of change and process improvement. So thanks everybody for being part of that. And again, your input, your feedback is critical in terms of understanding what metrics are most important, what new areas of data can help to drive quality improvement locally, regionally. We've got a lot of data, wealth of information in these registries. So please share your ideas for how we can really slice and dice and drill down. And we'll show some examples of how we can do that today. So as Dr. O'Brien mentioned, the STEMI database is a subset of AHA, Get With The Guidelines, CAD, that has been combined on the back end with the ACC chest pain MI data. And from there, our data vendor, Armis, has aggregated and helped us with the reporting side of things. So I'll dive right in. We have a couple of geospatial maps. The first ones are focused on our transfer centers. So this is over the last 2 calendar years of data, so rolling 8 quarters, Q2 21 through Q1 of 23. About 600 transfer patients hit our database in that time. You can see the size of each circle here might be a little bit small if you're sitting in back, but the size of each circle corresponds to the number of patients at a given transfer facility. And then the color shows whether they're a VCSQI member or not. So the oranges are current VCSQI members, the blues are non-member centers. So you notice a lot out in that western region, and then kind of clusters down in Tidewater and up north. Even crossing state lines, there are definitely some West Virginia sites, a couple in North Carolina. There is even one in Maryland for some reason. So a lot of interesting data for on the backside of things in terms of transfer patients. We also chose to map out the median door in, door out time by transfer facility. For these ones, we're just showing the non-VCSQI members. We didn't want to highlight anybody who might be in the room today, but these are the centers that are transferring to our VCSQI members. The size of the bubble, again, shows the patient volumes, the transfer volume for each center. And then the color is going to show your average door in, door out time. Or it's actually, sorry, median door in, door out time for the transfer site. So the greens are lower transfer times. The reds, there are only a few reds there. Typically it's a smaller sample, but those ones are your longer dido time. The longest one being over 300 minutes. So those might be some centers to eventually reach out to, work with, if you all are nearby to those sites. And again, this gives you a glimpse of what we can do with the data at our hands. This is based on transferring center zip. We also have patient home zip, so we can look at things like mortality by zip code. So that's just a teaser for what's to come. Some fun new reports. I also wanted to show off a little bit of the VCSQI CAP PCI database. This is a sort of an overlapping registry where we are capturing the immediate PCI for STEMI population. And we can drill down in a little bit more detail. We also have a few more members that are submitting data on this side, just because there are some that aren't doing STEMI database. So these ones might be a little bit smaller. I'm just going to jump to the real data. Each cluster of bars, some of you might be familiar with this format chart, but if you're not, I'll take a minute to explain. Each cluster of bars represents one facility. And again, those are de-identified. I can share your code with you all. The programs are grouped by volume, so low, medium, and high volume STEMI programs. There's about, I'd say there's almost 18 centers on this chart here. This one shows specifically whether the PCI was radial access, so the proportion of cases with radial access. The data are sorted within each grouping, within each volume grouping. So it's kind of a stair step down of the blue bars, which represent the latest 4 quarters worth of data. That's compared against the hospital's prior 4 quarters of data. So I know there's a lot going on here. I'll give a second to digest that. There's also some plus sign and asterisks that are appended to the end of the hospital code that denotes whether that hospital is a statistically significant outlier from the rest of the program. So we calculated, are you different from the mean or not? Thanks. That's oh, title. Maybe we can move it to the bottom. There you go. Technology stuff. So we also wanted to break down, for instance, to show the effects of radial access and femoral access on things like mortality. This is a mortality observed through expected calculations. So it's a risk-adjusted metric that adjusts for patient acuity, adjusts for the risk of the STEMI patient coming in. Specifically for the radial population, you'll notice the VCSQI statewide observed through expected is 0.43. So we're seeing about 0.43 mortalities for every one that the algorithm from ACC predicts. So generally, programs are doing a really good job on radial patients here. You can see over 50% fewer mortalities than the algorithm predicts. When we move over to femoral patients, the OE goes up to just about 1.0. So we're seeing about as many mortalities as again, the ACC algorithm predicts, but even adjusting for patient acuity, even if the femoral population is higher risk, there are disproportionately more in-hospital deaths versus the radial population. And we see that not just at one center, but across the state, if you compare that to the prior slide. So I know it's a totally different population, but theoretically that risk adjustment calculation should adjust for acuity. So something to chew on here as we think about things like access site. There's a couple more that I'll run through. We have bleeding observed to expected. Again, this one also adjusts for patient acuity. This is for all comers, not just radiofemoral. This shows a statewide observed to expected of about 0.91, so 9% less than the ACC algorithm would predict. A lot of variation though within by program and time period. We also have a stage 1 AKI observed to expected. These are all based on the ACC's national algorithms, by the way, that they provide to our data vendor. Our statewide OE here is 0.88, so 12% less than the ACC would predict. This is an area with a lot of Sherry's help too, where we have set up a committee to develop recommendations for the mitigation of acute kidney injury across the board, from pre-CAP all the way to surgery if they go on that route. So we're happy to share those recommendations from our VCS committee. One other piece here, just to show another angle of how we can view the data, is median door-to-balloon time by VCSQI operator. So each one of these really skinny bars here represents one of our talented physicians here. I won't say which is which, but the range here runs from 32 to 159 minutes. It's kind of an outlier on one end, but you see how it kind of stair steps up here in terms of that median time. The overall median door-to-balloon, again, not first medical contact, but door to balloon is 61 minutes for the VCSQI population. So we're still trying to get programs on board. It's another plug for integrating more sites into the database. So if you're not represented up here, we would love to have you as part of the repository. It's really minimal cost for each center. We're streamlining the data use agreement process, and we want to offer you all the suite of VCSQI services, which include quarterly reports, angiogram reviews, of course, these great meetings. We have an active research and writing committee that you would be welcome to, data managers groups, one-on-one meetings, site visits. And we also love doing customized and ad hoc reports too. So any ideas you have for those are most welcome. And that's really it in terms of the data piece. So Dr. O'Brien, I will turn it back over to you. We can move on with our program. But thanks everybody for being here again today, and feel free to share all your ideas for how we can use the data to drive things. Thanks everyone.
Great work, Eddie. That's fascinating stuff. Again, another plug. If you're not part of VCSQI, if you're not part of STEMI registry, please join. Very powerful stuff. Our hospital noted that our AKI rate had gone up, quickly instituted some best practices. We were able on our dashboard to see right away how we compare to like hospitals, risk adjusted across the state. So very, very powerful stuff. And VCSQI, there's no other organization like it for that sort of value. I'm going to keep things moving along. I apologize. I'm not going to give in-depth introductions, but I will say, number one, Bob, it's great to see you face to face since we've talked on the phone so many times. Bob, you're a paramedic by training, but a nationally renowned EMS speaker. We're very, very excited to have him here. I think by way of further introduction, Bob's going to address really some of the opportunities or maybe the crisis in EMS right now. We've seen this since the pandemic in terms of retention, engagement, and all the rest. So with that, Bob, I will turn things over to you and let you do the technical stuff.
Afternoon. Well, yeah, well, your mouth full because you're eating or something. Hello, I'm Bob Page, and let's see, do I need to put my video up on the screen for the folks at home there? I can do that. There we go. That should be okay. So anyway, I'm Bob Page. How many out there is a licensed paramedic? Okay, we got 3 or 4 of you out there. Very good. And still practicing in the field and all that? Okay, very good. Wow, I wish I saw more out there. I don't know how many guys that are watching on Zoom. How many of you guys are paramedics? Put in the chat box if you're a paramedic right now. We'll talk about that. So this is a talk, you know, when you got to do a keynote presentation, go back through all the stuff that you've done before, and you try to see if you've done that before. And I'm going back through my legacy slides, and there's a time back in the late 2000s where I was doing this all over the place. And so I had a talk called "Hold Hands, Sing Kumbaya." And so I thought, what is this about? I opened it up, and I'll be son of a gun if I wasn't presenting this to other states just like I am right now. But I've updated a lot of things I want to share with you. First of all, who am I? Those of you that don't know me, I'm the state CE educator for the Commonwealth of Virginia. I travel around the state doing classes like this and many, many more for free for the good folks of Virginia. I'm also owner of my own business called Edutainment. I travel around the world doing 12-league capnography and clinical assessment. I'm also a simulations certified in healthcare education and simulation operations specialist. So I've been doing a lot of work with high fidelity simulation. My big project now is high performance ventilation and getting people used to ventilating again. I've got technology that I can use to prove that people can do the right thing. So that's what I'm doing now. And I've got some data I did from 2022. I'm about to give to the state if I get the chance. And they're going to see major changes needed in what we do. So what I do as an educator is that I find a problem, and then I analyze it and find out why things aren't going the way they should be. And then I take action to fix it. That's what I do. But as a paramedic, sometimes you're in a role to where, well, who's going to believe you at the hospital? Who's going to believe you down the line? EMS might believe you, but who else believes you? So that's kind of what I've done throughout my entire career there as a paramedic. I've been a paramedic for 43 years. And now my full-time job is educator there as well. So let's see if I can make this thing go forward. There we go. Okay. So, you know, you go through life, think things are great. I'm an Eagle Scout, got that in 1976. And at school, I was in a class, and one of my teachers in the classroom next to me just hit the ground. Everybody screamed. And so a girl comes running to our class, and you got to help our teacher. So I was sitting closest to the door. So I just in my chair run over there, and there's this man laying face up on the ground. His face is turning blue. So in scouting, I learned how to do this thing called mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and maybe push on their chest. So I got down there, opened his airway. Remember, I was 16 years old. Opened his airway, looked, listen, and feel he wasn't breathing. So I'm going to put my mouth on his, and I felt something grab me by the collar and sling me across the room. I looked up, and it was my football coach saying, "Paige, what are you doing? Get out of there." I said, "No one's doing anything." He says, "Because no one knows what to do." I said, "I know what to do." He says, "No, you don't. Get out of here. You know, you go get the rest of your class. Wait for the professionals to get here." So we sat there and watched our teacher die. 15 minutes later, EMS shows up, and they blew on his mouth a little bit. They pushed on his chest a bit, and they wheeled him out of there real fast. And so I go, that's not right. No one knows what to do. No one knows what to do. And so the reason why that teacher died, maybe because of ignorance, but in 1976, nobody but physicians were doing CPR. That was a skill that only they could do. And there was no data that says that anyone other than a healthcare professional could push on someone's chest and do anything. In 1976, what's a little punk high school kid going to do, right? And so what do you do when there's no data to say you should do something? You just don't do it. Well, no, you go to find out if you can do it. And so we established a CPR team in our high school that a bunch of us got together, learned how to do CPR, although we were too young to technically, quote, take the class. But that's what we did. And so we learned how to do it. We established a CPR team that responded to emergencies on our high school campus. And when I went to my high school reunion in 1998, it's still going. The thing we started back then is still going as part of that. Now look at Virginia. Almost every community college has or every hospital has a VHAC program that has an EMT program. Where did that come from? The need to have people who are young respond, maybe even on campus and things like that. See a problem, find out what's the matter. No one knows what to do. Teach them what to do, then they do it. Now we have data at the end that shows it works. So how do you bridge that gap between you know, you don't know? So my life came to a abrupt change on May 11th, 1983. I've been a paramedic for 3 years. I thought I knew everything. Then I ran into Mr. Hernandez, called him in, a guy with chest pain, showed up. I said, I'm Bob. I'm a paramedic with the fire department. What's your name? He goes, Hernandez. I said, what's the matter? He says, my chest, it hurts really bad. I think I'm going to die. I said, no, you're not going to die. I got you. You know, how's the breathing? He goes, that's not so good neither. Why does 11 easy call? He said, I didn't imagine the word chest pain. And I got a protocol for that. And see, this protocol was very carefully thought out. This is what you do. If they do this, you do that. And so, okay, our protocol was vomit on them. Vomit. Vitals, oxygen, monitor, IV, transport. You see how we learn things in class? We learn using mnemonics. It helps us pass the test, don't help us take care of a patient. So I took a set of vital sign, gave him some oxygen, put him on the monitor. I saw that and went, whoa, that's some significant ectopy. I better stop, drop, and read that. And you already have. The underlying rhythm is regular. The rate's 75. There's a P wave upright for every QRS complex, and the PR interval just for the normal limits. So what do you call the underlying rhythm? You guys know, you're all healthcare professionals. What do you call it? Sinus rhythm. But you got a couple of wide, bizarre things occurring early. What do you call that? PVCs. And since they're two and together, that's known as a couplet, or in West Virginia, they call it a pair. So it's a sinus rhythm with a couplet of PVCs. Now, back in the day, that was a sick patient right there. And we was pretty smart back in the early 80s. It's about our big hair mullets. We actually knew what to do. Having all them PVCs, we used to give them a drug that would prevent them from doing that. So we thought that the problem was hypolidocaemia. You know, low blood levels in a drug called lidocaine. So what did I do? I gave him some. So when I did, you know, after about 3 minutes, I bossed his PVCs and everything else he had. I put him in stone cold dead, flatline asystole. He fell over, his wife screamed, I screamed, ah, my partner goes, what? I said, get the cot. Which is what we do in EMS when we got a britches full of poop. You know, we lost control a little bit. So I throw him on a cot. We're doing CPR all the way to the hospital. He didn't come back. And so I didn't understand what I did wrong. I get to the hospital, doc said, Dane Page, what happened out there? So I don't know, doc, that's what he had. He goes, well, that was some significant ectopy. I go, yes, sir, it was. He says, what did you do? I said, I followed my protocol, gave him lidocaine. He said, well, then what happened? I said, well, he died. He says, well, I can see that. How long after lidocaine did he go out on you? I'd say about 3 minutes. And his facial expression changed. He dropped his head and went, oh. I said, oh, what? He said, well, Paige, he probably had a heart block. I go, he got no heart block. I can read. There's no heart block there. He says, no, Paige, a block in his ventricles that you can't see. You need to have an electrocardiogram for that. I go, that's what that is. He goes, no, it is. It's a rhythm strip. It's a lead 2 rhythm strip. Didn't they teach you anything in that paramedic class you took? A lead 2 rhythm strip tells you nothing about the patient. And I got defensive. That's not what I was told. I was told me everything I need to know. Apparently not in this case, huh? He said. I just realized I killed a man out of ignorance. You know, that hurt a little bit because I watched ignorance kill my teacher. And I was told by a medical doctor, and I was trained. I couldn't believe it. I said, it ain't me. I know what I'm doing. You know, I was top grad in my medic class and like aced the registry exam. And I'm an ACLS instructor. So me not know, I don't think so. That's right, Paige, you didn't know, and that man's dead because of it. So I learned something that day that you're going to learn too, and that is in lead 2, you got no clue. So the problem with this is that to this very day, our so-called advanced classes still tell you put them on a cardiac monitor. You know, I'm just a monitor. I can only tell you when they died. They just died. So why would you put them on monitor and give them on a 12-lead post? So why are we delaying care, putting them on a cardiac monitor when that? Because that's what happens. We get in that mindset of we're told to do this at our standardized courses, and since we're required to take it for some certification, we believe that that's the gospel according to them. But what if it's not? What if we're not taught everything we need to know to take care of our patient? Would you want to know? If there's something you didn't know, would you want to know that? I think we would. But sometimes it's easy to stay where you're at. You've heard the word ignorance is bliss. You've heard that phrase before? You know why they say that, right? If you don't know anything, you don't worry about nothing. So ethics 101 is, if you don't know what to do, you do as you're told. So ethics 102 is don't hurt anybody. In other words, understand what you can do, what you can't do, and get over it there. So what I'm saying is a lead to rhythm strip is inferior. It can vapor lock you. especially after this little short section of the day, it can do that as well. So what did I do? Well, I was depressed. And so I didn't think I needed to be a paramedic anymore. So I went to Orlando, Florida to go to Disney World to escape everybody. I'm about to get on the monorail and I heard this loud applause. Look, turn behind me. There's a bunch of suits and scrubs going inside a convention hall there at the Polynesian. I went back to see what it was all about. And there's a little sign on the outside of the door that says, today only, Dr. HGL Marriott on Bungle Branch blocks. So I snuck in the back of the room, just sat there, had no business. I was on vacation. But I'd heard of that name before. And when he started talking, he was talking directly to me, even though there's 1,000 people in the room. So after everything was said and done, everybody was up there taking pictures with him and stuff like that. So I walked up there and he was getting the slide projector all together. And I go, hello, Dr. Marriott. My name's Bob. He goes, hello, Bob. I said, I killed somebody. He goes, don't you think you ought to call the sheriff? I said, no, I killed someone with the drug lidocaine. And he put his arm around me. He goes, young man, that's what everybody in this room probably done also. He says, did you get anything out of this? Yeah, I got a lot because I didn't know these things. He says, that's the problem. A lot of people don't even know this. And so that's why they have to be educated to understand why. I said, tell me how not to kill anyone anymore, please. He goes, you're a doctor? I said, no, I'm a paramedic. He says, this wasn't over your head? I said, it was, but it made me realize that I need to know more because I was told to do that. And no one told me there was anything different. So he took me under his wing. And that was in 1984. This picture was taken in 2000. You see, I was like a groupie. I started corresponding with him over. There was no email, so it was all letters and stuff. And I found his schedule, started scheduling time to go to his seminars. And he became my mentor with all that. And then finally, in the year 2000, I'm teaching down at a combined clinical conference in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And I guess he was in on this. I wasn't. But the guy says, you're going to be on sharing a stage with another speaker. You're going to have the cardiology room talking about cardiology. I was fine. He wouldn't tell me who it was. So the day I was about to start out, I was up on the stage getting my stuff set up, and Dr. Marriott walks in. Oh, my goodness. He said, I said, you're going to come to watch? He says, no, I'm speaking with you. So you and I are partners today. So I got to share the stage with the premier cardiologist of the 20th century. Marriott has been called the father of modern electrophysiology. And so he's an amazing guy. He helped me write my textbook. I wrote a book on the subject. But what I learned that day and that day in teaching, I learned that it's not what you don't know. It's what you don't know it's going to hurt somebody. And there's a lot about acute coronary syndromes we're not taught. We're told to follow the standards. What if you follow the standards and the patient dies? Well, it must have been one of those times. You had no way of knowing that. You know what? That goes back to what I learned when the teacher died. What if you could learn that? And what if there's no data to say you should do that? And what if there is data, but they don't want you to see the data? So what if there's a way you can help someone? I believe that everyone here in the room today and everyone at home wants to take care of these people. I saw the mission. Let's do it. Let's get in it. Let's don't hold back. Let's find ways we can improve and go for it. So what I did about it, I started a class. It was called Multi-Lead Medics. In 1990, I've been teaching that class all over the world. I've taught all 50 states and 15 other countries have had this class. You know, it's been featured in Mission Lifeline, race program in North Carolina. I was the original educator for race. They brought me in. I did 38 classes in North Carolina for their race program kickoff back in 2000. I think I was going to get North Carolina citizenship. I helped Missouri do theirs, and I've been working with a lot of organizations to try to help them out with this class. Along the way, I still do it here. There's the one here in Virginia. I still do it here all over the place. I do one for BLS providers as well, which is kind of cool. And we'll talk more about that as we go on. So when we talk about the elements of high quality STEMI care, I like what Booker T. Washington said. He said that excellence is doing a common thing in an uncommon way. I'm going to ask y'all to do some uncommon things today. I'm going to ask you to think outside the box, what you ordinarily thought about, and think about things you could do that could improve care if you only knew. Remember, it's not what you know you don't know. It's what you don't know you don't know. So let me enlighten you to a few things. There's my book I wrote on the subject right there. Get it wherever books are sold. Be careful, because there's my book on Amazon for $800. Now, who's going to pay $800 for a used book? And the folks on Amazon said that Silver Lining sells books internationally. I said, well, I need to go sell some books. I'm doing the wrong thing up in here. So no, you paid more than $90 for it. Call the sheriff. You've been robbed. So anyway, this book's been out. It's in its like 20th printing now. It's a big practice book with 450 practice 12 leads in it. And so I got this through work at the hospital I worked at. And this was it. At the time this was taken, it's the number one integrated health system in the United States. Mercy St. John's Regional Health Center in Springfield, Missouri, there as well. Our ambulance service system of the year there, and many times we got this, but in 1993, we were the first ambulance service in the country to do 12 leads in the field, and there wasn't even 12 lead machines available for EMS. We had a prototype device that was going to be future something else, and it was in a Halliburton case. So other than one that's on a cart, and over in Ireland, no one ever had 12 lead machines on an ambulance. So we picked it up with the help of two premier cardiologists, Dr. Phil Carr and Dr. John Mahavlich there in Springfield. Dr. Phil Carr is the one that started the cath lab in Springfield. That was not going to be until years later. So we started doing studies on that. Our ambulance service consists of 35,000 square miles. We have 54 ambulances covering a large swath of Missouri. And one of the places we had to go to, and this thing is relevant because that ambulance there is on a ferry. And see, that ferry is self-paced. You go over here, you put the money, like there's a crew putting the money in there. So when you turn on, this thing electric will pull you across the line, and that's a state highway. And so they had to do that to get to the patient. That was also the first place, that was the second place, excuse me, we delivered thrombolytic therapy to a patient in the field. We're the first ambulance service in the nation to deliver thrombolytics to the patient in the field. The first one we did was on a transfer. It was going to be a rule out MI transfer. We showed up and the hospital says, well, he's been here for about 3 hours. His 12 leads are all normal. Enzyme tests are inconclusive. So just take him on down the line, transfer him to the next hospital. You guys have done rule out MIs before, right? Because you don't have the facilities here to do further care. We'll send them down the road. So the paramedics went in there and asked about the patient. And they said, yeah, our 12 leads are normal. So the paramedics did what's called a 15 lead coming here soon. And it showed a STEMI. So they went back out to the ambulance, about to go on the transfer, and the ER doc at the transfer receiving facility, we said, we also take him back inside. They go, no, give him your thrombolytics there where you're at and get him on there. We're going to send a helicopter. So they administered thrombolytics under the hospital canopy of the hospital they're being transferred from. And so they gave it faster than the hospital could have gave it. And so see, there started the whole thing that we've done. We built a successful system there. Here's another example. I'm not gonna, this is not an EKG class. This is a results class. That's initial EKG, guys. You can see, anyone can see there's huge elevation right there, isn't it? This guy's in trouble. Well, we administer our thrombolytics, and at the time, we were the first to carry Redivase in the ambulance. And so we gave it, and after reperfusion, that's what it looks like. So normalize the EKG, the helicopter gave the second dose, and off they went. But reperfusion times occurred here before door to balloon time was even recorded. We used to say door to needle time, right? Our door to needle time with our thrombolytic therapy in the field, our nurses would go to E&A conferences bragging about the door to needle time of our hospital. Negative 29 minutes. Negative 30 minutes. One case, negative 75 minutes. So if you don't have a cath lab, how are you going to reperfuse someone? Drive real fast? So see, maybe there was a place for lytics at the time there, but now we got a lot more cath than we used to. So maybe it's PCI, and a lot of studies have been done to show that PCI is probably safer and quicker. But if you're 2 hours away, maybe thrombolytics are what you need. And we have places here in Virginia you can't get to that fast. But see, if we discount it because, oh no, cath lab's a lot better. Well, nothing's better after 4 to 6 hours. They just get what they get. But if we have the ability to do that, why not? We used to give our paramedics these little gold hearts. They're 24 karat gold, paid for by cardiologists. We give them that, and they gave the lytic therapy. It was funny, the pushback we got, EMS doing 12 leads in the field. The biggest pushback we got from a hospital in our district that was our competitor in town, their ambulance didn't have 12 leads. They didn't do any of that. But the problem was, since we carried thrombolytics and we had that option to give to the physician, they didn't feel comfortable have paramedic giving thrombolytics. So they would say no, and then the patient would go 35, 45 minutes more, get to their hospital just so they could redo everything. They had to work. There's a court case that came up with that. We're not going to talk about that. All I'm saying is, what does that do when one service has a standard, but the other service doesn't? You see what I mean? They got to get with the program, don't they? Happen kind of fast. So with the data we had from our own service, and I worked for the Sisters of Mercy organization, they weren't a research facility. That kind of went against what they were saying there. So they didn't want to publish anything they had done, but we know what we did. We kept our own data. We didn't publish it anywhere, but we have our own data. And so that's what you did back in the early 90s. So in Missouri, we started a thing called TCD, the Time Critical Diagnosis System. based on the role that race program in North Carolina did and Mission Lifeline was doing. We did that. So it's going pretty good. So I left that hospital in 2010 because my consulting job, helping people establish STEMI systems of care, took off to where I could not continue my job at the hospital and do that too. So I just went ahead and went with that. So 2 years after I'd gone, they had this case come in. As you can see, the initial 12 leads up there. And this is at 1:15 in the morning. This person here, a 51-year-old male there. And you can see right there, they got some ST elevation going on, right? Even some, a little bit, maybe with triple change there. And then did a 15 lead. That's over here. This is right side and this posterior, just for good measure there. So the ride to the hospital with this patient is kind of interesting. We know he diagnosed with STEMI. So now sometimes we think the ride to the hospital is a race between the Amos and the Grim Reaper, right? And so here's what the crew did en route there for this patient. The O2 nasal cannula with capnography, IV ×2, nitroglycerin sublingual ×3, nitro on the pump, morphine, 4 baby aspirin. They offered the patient Zofran labetalol, and the patient didn't understand why he was being offered that, because he really wasn't nauseated, but I guess they were trying to follow the protocol, right? The patient's blood pressure was really high, 200/100, even with all they're going. And so that's why the medic, I guess, offered the patient labetalol. Blood glucose, pulse ox, end-tidal CO2, everything looked good right there, right? They get him to the hospital, and they're 25 minutes down the road. So did they take him to this hospital here? No, they didn't take him there because the patient's insurance says he had to go to the other hospital in town, the competitor hospital, because his insurance said he had to go. They're the same distance. They both have cath labs, right? So this was a level 2 trauma center, accredited chest pain center. They have 5 cath labs, advertised round the clock care. Average door to balloon time was 58 minutes, which is pretty good in 2012. Now, that's pretty good for a door to balloon time, but first medical contact, that's going to be kind of tough. And the guy's insurance made him take him there. So he stopped at an ER. And by the way, I taught a class there 6 months prior to this case coming in. So free from my other hospital, I taught the hospital we competed with the same thing that we did, consulting with them, right? So anyway, they stopped in ER, ran a 12 lead, and here's the person 12 lead there again, confirmed the MI. Now, why they had to do that, I don't know, because they already knew it 30 minutes before they got there. And by the way, just so you know, that patient's me. So there's a cardiologist I worked with. He's Dr. Anderson. He leaned over his big old ears and went, "Hi, I'm Dr. Anderson. How you doing, Bob?" I smiled. He goes, "I never thought it'd be you here under me, but I got you covered. That's cool. We'll talk to you in a little bit." That's all he said to me. I said, "Aren't you going to give me something for the next thing I know, I'm out." And so there's my STEMI, and the door to balloon time was 13 minutes for me. Remember, this is 2 o'clock in the morning. So their round the clock care means they're not going to come in unless someone calls a STEMI alert. Well, guess what? The ambulance crew called a STEMI alert me from the scene, and the hospital had 35 minutes to be ready. So when I got there, their policy says it doesn't matter what EMS does, we're going to run a 12 lead. So they ran a 12. That's the only reason we stopped in the ER is to run a 12 lead. So they ran a 12 lead. Get your butt upstairs. He's waiting for you. In fact, the cardiologist kept calling out, said, "Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?" They're ready. So anyway, in the cath lab, they found 100% mid-LAD occlusion on me there. They mitigated it really quick. One little stent later, and everything was all good. My ICU stay was 9 hours, and then my total hospital stay was 32 hours. And I got a bill, and my insurance refused to pay for it because I wasn't inpatient. I was too long for outpatient. So what are you going to do? Punish the hospital because they got me in and out so fast that I had no damage? I don't need anything else. So the hospital went to bat for me. There's a big old hullabaloo on that one because their policy said 36 hours is inpatient care, 24 hours is outpatient care, but I was in between the two. So they eventually paid. The only thing I had to pay for was $100 for ambulance deductible for the ambulance ride. That's it. So insurance eventually had to pay for it. But the good news is no damage. And even though I was 45 minutes from the hospital, when the chest pain occurred, the system worked. The system I helped build worked on me. So you see why I'm passionate about this? I've killed somebody and I've had my life saved because of stuff that people knew. That's why I'm passionate. You need to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not just some guy talking because it's fun. Because I truly believe that you can make a difference, just like I did, just like everybody else does. I love this picture. Lost another one to those damn medics. So the Grim Reaper lost that race. And see, this is what inspires EMS people. Not a graph that shows what everybody does. Those are cool for data. But when EMS says, "Yeah, we kicked that Reaper's butt, didn't we?" And see, that inspires the people like me in the field because we want to know we're doing something good. And when they put it in terms like this, no, it's not very scientific. No, it's not very formal. But you know what? It works. It works. So I have no conflicts found or otherwise. This is one of those CEU type of classes there. So I have no conflicts, let you know about that. I don't work for a drug company, don't work for a monitor company. I'm not going to say you anything. I had an opportunity years ago to work for one of the monitor companies, but they said, you can only say what we tell you you're going to say, and you can only do this. And so I said no. So one with another guy who's also pretty famous about that, because physio sent him around the world teaching. But I had the chance first, and I said no, because I'm not going to say what you want me to say. I'm going to be independent. And that's what I do. I'm independent. So I'll tell you what we see, and that's the truth about it. So we know there are 3 key quality measurements for STEMI, right? You got to know these. This is from our system: recognition, activation, intervention. 3 simple words, right? So recognition means within 5 minutes of first medical contact, you will acquire 12 lead and read it for STEMI. Within 5 minutes of first medical contact. So if 5 minutes can be done, how come we're doing it in 10? How can we give 10 minutes? Why not 5? Every second you delay activating the cath lab, 500 heart cells die. Why are we wasting 5 minutes on putting them on the monitor first? Now you got to realize, when people give excuses to me as a paramedic, oh, that's a bad mistake you just made right there, because I'll find out why. So I found out why they didn't do that, because he put them on the monitor first. Then I ask them, why you put them on the monitor? I say, it takes too long for a 12 lead. Okay, you think that I teach a 12 lead class and I don't know how long it takes? Are you kidding me? I've done research to show that if you take a paramedic who walks in the scene with a 12 lead monitor in his hand, a 12 lead machine in their hands, and if they're going to put them on a monitor, it takes anywhere from 26 to 34 seconds to hook them up to a lead 2 rhythm set and print it out. It takes like 30 more seconds of a full 12 lead. I don't want to hear it, you lazy bum. What do you think you're doing? You're messing up everything for the rest of us. Because when you put them on a monitor, you print it out, try to figure out what it is, don't you? But if you just take 30 more seconds, you got a 12 lead in your hands, and that matches exactly what you're trying to tell them to do here. Get the 12 lead as soon as possible. Don't delay it for everything else. In EMS, we ask stupid questions like, when did you eat last? I don't know, Dr. O'Brien, is that a factor whether they go to the cath lab or not when they ate last? On a scale of 1 to 10, what your face looks like, is that a factor? Yeah, take them anyway, won't you? So why are we doing this? You guys in EMS know what I'm talking about. We teach EMS people to ask questions with mnemonics, opt for a sample, ask questions according to the thing. Yeah, we're going to get a history, but you should run a 12 lead first. Don't you want to lead with your tech first? If you lead with your tech, you ask the right questions in, which is kind of cool. So the guidelines from the Heart Association came out, and they put these out first in 2000, and they said, look, an important component system care is out of hospital 12 lead, but transmission for interpretation by EMS providers, and that's okay for seeing facility. That's recognition activation, isn't it? So you recognize a STEMI within 5 minutes of first medical contact. Then you called in immediately. And you tell the hospital what's up. And the way it's supposed to work is the hospital is supposed to activate the cath lab. When you get to the hospital, you're supposed to go straight to the cath lab. So see, that hospital we went to, if that would have been the hospital that I trained originally, my hospital I was at, I'd have been in the cath lab without just waving at the people in the ER. But their policy was, you got to stop and run another 12 lead anyway. And so that was their policy. So what are you going to do? Then it says, when EMS or ED physicians activate the cardiac care team, including the cath lab, significant reduction in reproduced times are observed. This is based on mission lifeline criteria. It's based, and by the way, do you see the word ALS provider up there? Do you see the word paramedic up there? So why can't a first responder hold up a 12 lead and say, I got the STEMI? That's interesting, huh? Because the AHA has data, and not the AHA, but everybody has data out there that shows that you don't have to be a paramedic pushing the button. Anyone can run a 12 lead, look for STEMI. And so it says by interpretation or transmission, which means anyone should have a 12 lead EKG in their hands to do it. So that makes me start asking that question. When I moved to Virginia in Missouri, I helped shape the mission life, the TCD criteria. EMTs in Missouri can reach STEMIs on a 12 lead. There's no problem with that. So I asked the question, how come it's not that way in Virginia? I would think surely VHAC would speak up and go to the state and say, EMTs can reach STEMIs. So again, why can't EMTs reach STEMIs? So I start asking people, how come EMTs aren't allowed? They go, well, they just don't have the background knowledge. I said, true, they don't have the knowledge of the paramedic, but according to an EKG, why can't EMTs read for ST segment elevation? They go, well, they're going to call a bunch of false positives. Okay, there you go. Excuse number 1. I'm on it. Check this out. 9 out of 10. This is a 2018 study. 9 out of 10 paramedics, when they call a false positive, it's a wide complex. It's going to be a bundle branch block or a VHAC or maybe a paced ventricular rhythm. So they're wide complex. So you know what the protocol became in Missouri? Look at the QRS duration first. If the QRS duration is less than 120 milliseconds, then you can call the STEMI, call away. But if it's more than that, you're not. You're going to transmit. False positive rate in Missouri was less than 10%. Word. So don't tell me EMTs can't read it. I got a project underway in Virginia right now. No one knows about it. I just told you, but I do this class called 12 for BLS providers. And when they take the class, I talk to their training people and I send them a dozen 12 leads every 3 months to have their EMTs who took the class read it for STEMI. Still no false positives after 9 months. Still no false positives. So when I get that data, what do you want? Data before you change? Or do you want to just do it and start collecting data to prove you did the right thing? And by the way, what's it going to hurt an EMT making the call? So they do call a false positive. We call them every day. So what if they do make a mistake? Does that mean, see, told you? But what if they run it and find it in Galax or in Damascus, where I just rode down the trail? What if they find it there somewhere? They're a long way away and there's no paramedic to be found. What if they did? Is that okay? Wouldn't you want an army of EMTs that can also read this doing this? But you know, again, someone says they can't, and when you ask them why they can't, they tell you why, then you go and fix that. So maybe we can do it now, right? You think the EMTs have confidence they can do it? Because continuous reinforced training, not just one class and done. You go back every so often and you give them another class and you let them prove themselves they can do it. Anyone can take a class and feel good when they walk out, but 6 months later, how do they do? So you got to stay on top of it. So that's what they do there. So I saw this slide earlier. I got this slide as well. Here's the thing. It says performance of 12 EKG EMS personnel at the site of first medical contact recommended. And look at this. If patients with symptoms consistent with a STEMI. Okay, here we go. What's consistent with the STEMI? Okay, you're going to say chest pain? Yeah, that's the most obvious one that 25% have. What else? You got a bunch of other things up there. Who would ever think that nausea would be a symptom of a STEMI? Is everybody with nausea go to the cath lab? No, but is nausea a symptom that we got to worry about? Well, what if you're 19 years old and you're nauseated? Well, go barf and here, take some Pepto-Bismol. So when you say who's going to be considering this, who would be? How about a woman feeling goofy? Is that a symptom of a heart attack? And see, I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, oh, yeah, because you're kind of, because you know I'm fixing to bust a move on you. 51-year-old woman moves from California to Missouri, buys a farm, wants to raise grass-fed beef, free-range chickens, 200 organic catering business. She used to invite her ambulance crew over for breakfast twice a month on Fridays. Crew gets over there having breakfast one day. They get done and they're about to go back to the station. She goes, hey, fellas, could y'all do me a favor? Yeah, what's that? Y'all mind checking my blood sugar machine and get your blood sugar machine? Sure, we can do it. What's wrong? She says, well, I woke up this morning feeling goofy. Every time I feel goofy, my blood sugar's high. It wasn't high this morning, so I think my machine's broke. Okay, yeah, we'll check it out. So they go hook her up to their one touch, stick her finger, put it on both strips that came out exactly the same normal. Well, ma'am, your glucose looks fine. How do you feel? She goes, I feel great. They're about to go back to the station. As they're turning away, one of the medics says, ma'am, have we ever hooked you up to an EKG machine before and took a picture of your heart? She goes, no, I don't believe you have. Won't you let us do that? She goes, no, I don't have time. I got to cater a lunch. No, we insist. It only takes a couple of minutes. Okay, make it fast. So they go outside, get their stuff, hook her up to the monitor, and they see this. Okay, all together now. Well, ma'am, your EKG looks normal. Not, they run a 12 lead. Now, I may not be a smart man, but I know what a STEMI is. She's got huge elevations, having a massive anteroseptal wall in mind. 30 minutes later, she's in the cath lab getting 2 stents, putting her 100% mid-LAD occlusion. A sick diabetic is always sicker than they appear. 50% of diabetics have neuropathy. They don't feel pain as pain. And this is a woman who's just totally different than a man does. He's also very much alive and still makes some breakfast. So you might say you got to have a good story. She didn't have a good story. Feeling goofy, give her Xanax. She didn't have a story, but they weren't hindered in running a 12 lead, were they? They didn't have to face a QI committee that says you ran an unnecessary test. They have the 12 lead in their hands. They don't have to order it from Amazon. You know how it goes? I'm going to order a 12 lead. Where'd you order it from? Amazon? We walk in the house with it. So one thing we learned with committees is that EMS role is different than the hospital does. So you can't put limitations on what a paramedic does with a dang 12 lead machine. Hospital, they got to answer, well, if I order that test, I'll get written off for that because that's an unnecessary test. EMS don't have that. So quit trying to apply hospital criteria to pre-hospital people because they don't like it. When you go to ACLS class in the mega code, they all start out alive, don't they? You want to speed it up a little bit? You got that patient in bradycardia, it's a bradycardia. Sinus, I put them on the monitor. So you got your eyes simulate with the sinus bradycardia because the patient's a CPR mannequin. You go like, okay, well, it looks like a sinus bradycardia. I'm going to give them atropine. So what do? You take your atropine card and lay it on their chest. And that's real. Can you make a mistake giving atropine? So if you lay their card on their chest, how do you know you're giving it fast or slow? So you're making them verbalize something they need to be able to replicate, don't you? Why'd you do that? Forgive me, I'm a simulationist. Okay, forgive me. But see, we're just going through the motions to get the card, aren't we? That's required. What if you actually got a 12 lead? You want to speed it up? Ask for a 12 lead. You say, okay, your guy's got chest pain. I want a 12 lead first. Well, you don't have one. How come? Well, it's ordered. Where's it going to come from? You don't understand. I can run a 12 lead right here as fast as I can run a rhythm strip. Well, since that's not the class, you're not going to get a 12 lead. Look, just follow what we told you to do and get your card, be quiet. You see what I mean? So again, what are they doing? They're trying to stymie the knowledge that you need to take care of a real patient in the name of a required part. Come on, man. And so, see, there's so much more we can do about this when we know things like that. One thing to remember, time is muscle, isn't it? We all know that. So time is muscle. So throw down means run a 12 lead first. I'm a consultant. We need data, right? Here's the data. This patient here, the crew gets on the scene, 11-13-04, the power comes on, first medical contact. Then they print a rhythm strip. They get a set of vital signs, another rhythm strip, another set of vital signs, another rhythm strip. They have been on the scene for 12 minutes, and all they've got is 3 sets of vital signs and 4 rhythm strips. What are they doing for 12 minutes? Well, at least they know when they ate less. But they didn't do what they needed to do. Then they finally run the 12 lead, see 12 lead number 1, and it's a STEMI. They go, it's a STEMI, get the cot. And the patient's like, I'm having a STEMI. What the heck's a STEMI? What's that do to the patient's heart rate? It goes up, doesn't it? You don't want that, do you? Did you know that every single beat increase in heart rate is a 2 times increase in oxygen demand? And so if their heart rate goes up 5 beats a minute because you pooped your pants because you got excited because the STEMI showed up, then the patient's heart rate goes up, and that's a 10 times increase in oxygen demand on the heart. First, do no harm. You got to keep it together. But see, that's what's going on here. So this patient, they threw him on the cot. They only had a 2-minute ride to the hospital, rapid transport. They're on scene 15 minutes, 2-minute transport time. They didn't even have time to call it in. In fact, I was a consultant on this call. I was a consultant on this case. And when the STEMI nurse coordinator pulled up the ticket, she goes, this didn't work out too well. I said, wait a minute. She goes, look. She showed me the case. Triage nurse wrote, patient arrived unannounced from EMS. They didn't call it in. So much for early activation, right? They get to the hospital. She says, paramedic waving a 12 lead, yelling, STEMI, STEMI, STEMI. Those of you that are nurses, have you ever heard the siren on all the way to the guy underneath the canopy? You know that's a really bad call. The paramedics get to turn off the siren because they're so lost in the world. They don't know what's going on. So anyway, they get them in there, and they didn't even activate the cath lab because they didn't know. So they had to start all over. And here's why the nurse said it didn't work out too well. It took the ER about 10 minutes to get their poop in a group. But by the time they did, it was too late. The patient coded. And they worked him for half an hour, couldn't get him back in the ER. Cath lab never came into the picture. So the guy lay there dead at age 40 with wife and 3 kids in a waiting room. What prompted a call to me as a consultant is they went to their own ambulance service, a hospital. That hospital owned the ambulance service. And they said, let's talk about how we can all do better. And the ambulance service says, well, we met our QI quality criteria. We ran a 12 lead 100% of the time, and they were in your ER for 10 minutes before they died. So you better look at your policies, not ours. Oh, man. You see what I mean? When you don't have a cohesive system, you fall apart. And they're blaming each other. This is not going anywhere. So I went to the other service in town to be complete. Here's how they roll. 1546, power on, first medical contact. 1546, a rhythm strip prints out automatically. That's a machine thing they can program to do. We call it a triage strip in the business. Then look at this, y'all. At 1547, 16, 12 lead number one. So guess what? There's a 76 seconds FMC to 12 lead time. 76 seconds. And it's just STEMI. And they know what it is. So the medic looks at the patient and says, you're having a heart attack. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to call the hospital, get them ready for you. We're going to do some things in your house, get you ready for them. Did a good job calling us early. We got this. There's no hem-haw there. There's no potty dancing. There's no pulling out pocket cards. You're having a heart attack. Here's what we're going to do. See, take control. People who are sick or hurting, they need two things. Number one, they need you to validate their concern, use their name. I understand you have chest pain. Is that right? And then number two, take control. Do something. Don't walk in the house and say, you want to go to the hospital? No, I called you to play poker with me. What are you, an Uber driver? So you see what I mean? So you go in the house with guns blazing and get this done. So then while the medic's on the phone calling it in to do activation, his EMT partner, who in the state can read 12 leads, read the 12 lead and says, ooh, this is inferior wall of mine. Mona might not be able to greet that patient. So they extended it to a 15 lead and found that this heart attack extends from the inferior all the way to the right side, was just contraindicated the first drug in Mona's protocol. And so now they know something else about the patient, don't they? That they didn't know going into it. So now if they follow standard ACLS guidelines, this patient's doomed. They're going to be doomed in about 30 seconds if they follow protocols. But when the medic saw that, he nodded his head and tells the EMT that. EMT goes over there and sets up two big old IVs and lays catheters out. Meg gets off the phone and says, we're going to give you some aspirin here, gave him 4 baby aspirin, thrombolytic checklist, and then gave him some fluid on the scene. So out the guy went, 2-minute ride to the hospital. Guy stayed alive, got to the hospital, turned left, and straight to the cath lab. Door to balloon time, 7 minutes. 100% occlusion, opened it up, and the guy did fine, left the hospital 3 days later without damage. Same city, same hospital they went to, 2 different perspectives on things. One, run the 12 when you get around to it and don't do anything. The other, recognition, activation, intervene on the scene. See, when paramedics can do it, they feel good about it. They don't want to be the ambulance driver, but when they're so constricted in what they're allowed to do, you know what their biggest constriction is? Ignorance. I'm a paramedic. I'm a paramedic instructor. The biggest thing we don't give our medics is what they need most, knowledge. We're too busy doing pet projects when they get out of school. Oh, we're going to do ultrasound in the field. Ask one of the surgeons at UVA if ultrasound is going to work. Go ask them. The trauma surgeon, they go, what are you doing that for? Get there. Oh, no, we got to do that. It's a pet project. We got to do something else in the field. Why not focus on 12 leads? You know, my Savior said, only he makes the dead come back to life. When he comes back, he's going to raise the dead. But what he tells disciples, go heal the sick. Why don't we focus on the sick? If we put half as much time talk about STEMI in Virginia as we do resuscitation, high performance CPR, and all this, we'd have a lot better outcomes. Our numbers would be off the roof if we spent the amount of time to heal the sick rather than raise the dead. You know what I mean? A cardiologist told me one time, I don't do dead people. If you get them there with the pulse, I can do something. But if they don't have one, it never works out well. I do the best I can, but you see what I mean? So if we don't have the knowledge and the courage to do what we got to do, it's not going to happen. We're going to sit back and try to improve what we can. We're going to stay right there at a plateau until we have a breakthrough. It's not going up. We need a breakthrough, and that's the whole thing. It takes a team approach. This is what I found in my consulting jobs. At our hospital, we had a cardiovascular service line. We met monthly. And we sat around the table. We checked our name tags at the door. We put them in a big basket because everybody's equal. And nothing's off the table. We could talk about anything. This goal-oriented, results-driven is what we did. We settled difference. We opened up to each other. We learned from each other. In other words, we learned how the hospital did things, and they learned how we did things. You know, there's a lot of people saying, well, look, if you want to, you can come into the cath lab. Not many EMS people have time when they drop off a call to go in the cath lab and watch it all the way through. Why? Because they're under pressure to get back on the streets because their ambulance is needed back in their county. That's a nice gesture, and they could come in on a day off and get paid for it. They will flood your cath lab. But usually it doesn't happen. So where we get the information, we disseminate it right there at the committee. We actually bring in people that are field providers, because when you tell their boss, their chief, someone that hadn't been in the field for years, that this is what we're going to do, and they go, okay, that's fine. And you tell the rank and file, this is what you're ordered to do. It started as an idea, it turned into an order that you did because the field people weren't there to put input. See, if you want someone to change, you involve them in the process. You don't tell them this is what our consensus was, so you're going to have to do this. They need to have a seat at the table. You bring out paradigms. And we also found out that you can't just do one shot, one quick hitter, do a class and kick everybody out. That doesn't work either. So we got to get the education out there and keep it coming, re-educate that way. The ideal EMS system, this is from the Get the Guidelines Foundation there, where they talk about all these things. The ideal EMS system, this is some of the things that they do. And you've seen this before, and what you're doing here, your thing probably models it. The ideal STEMI receiving hospital, what do? They facilitate stuff like transport directly from the field to the cath lab. Now, I bet we have a few cases that you can say, yeah, we did that once or twice. You do it all the time. Is that every time the pre-hospital calls a STEMI, you do that? Or are you stopping in the ER for a quick chat or something like that? Run a 12E anyway. You know, paramedics get up there and they say, well, I thought you said ours is important. How come they're running their own? So I tell them to get a can of spray on skin and spray it on and feel okay, because the hospital's got a dog in a fight too. But here's what I let the EMS folks know. You're important because you're here, the cath lab's over there, you're not there yet. Stuff happens. And so that means you got to be prepared to handle whatever life throws at you or death throws at you. You got to be prepared for that. But if they don't have the knowledge, they're following a protocol, go to the hospital. You see what I mean? So then the only thing they felt important about gets squashed because we run another one in the emergency department. You see, this is something that a committee can take care of. But that's all they're seeing. They get no more communications, then they're offended. They're offended by that because they thought they're doing the right thing. And then, oh, if they call a false positive, they get yelled at. Oh man, suck throws and stuff like that. It's okay. It's okay to call a false positive. And so let them know that. It's better not calling one at all because you're too afraid of it. One guy did a class talking about all the things that look like a STEMI that aren't, and their false positive rate was very, very low, but their missed STEMI rate was through the roof. Because why? They weren't calling it a STEMI because they were worried it was a false positive. Because they learned all these things in a little 30-minute class and never could memorize them on the streets. You see what happened? They're worried they're going to make the wrong call, and they had this class so they wouldn't do that. So unless they're fully confident in what they're doing, you can't tell them to look for all the infarct imitators because cardiologists make that mistake every day. Marriott told me he missed them all the time because sometimes you just don't know. And so it's okay to do that, but we got to let them know that. And so these are things that I hear as an educator all across the world when people come and tell me these things that I'm looking at. So when it does succeed, it works really good. These are two park rangers at Yellowstone National Park. Just got back there this summer. Yellowstone, these two guys were park rangers. They went to my Mission Lifeline class in Billings, Montana. And they took the class. And I said, you guys are park rangers. What are you doing here? Oh, we got that Mission Lifeline grant from the Helmsley Foundation. And we got a 12 machine in the park. And we were voluntold. You ever been voluntold to do anything? We were voluntold to be the ones to learn how to use it. So they did. And so 2 weeks after they went to their class, this couple was watching Old Faithful go off. And the guy turned to his wife and says, honey, my chest hurts. What? And right in front of the ranger goes, is your chest hurting? Step into my Tahoe. And so just 3 steps back, he sits in the front of the Tahoe there. He pulls out the 12 machine for the first time, opens it up, runs the 12 and recognizes the STEMI. And their protocol was push a button and send it to a predetermined hospital in Bozeman. So the hospital in Bozeman got it called right back. And they said the helicopter just outside the park, they're on their way in, get an LZ at the Old Faithful Lodge, and we're ready for them. So they just kind of helped him out there. Didn't even have any oxygen at the time. Helicopter lands, picks him up and flies out of there. And before Old Faithful went off 94 minutes later, his artery was open in the cath lab in Bozeman. So, and that's not all. 3 days later, he walked out without damage. And then 2 days later, ended up back in the park in his 5th wheel, finishing up the vacation. So where else can you go to a national park, have a STEMI, then turn around and get to go home? You see what I mean? So I worked with Wyoming, Montana, and South Dakota's consultants to get their Mission Lifeline projects off the ground right there. I worked in Kentucky, King's Daughter Medical Center. They had a great idea there. King's Daughter there, they had a thing called a EMS liaison. And that made sure that every time they had interaction, it'd be through the liaison, would do that right there. How can we be a service? So Tracy Crawford was one of the original ones there. And after they brought her on board, one employee that goes between the hospital and EMS, she made the relationship with that hospital go up exponentially. They started liking each other. And you know what's fun about this? And you ask paramedics, what do they want? Do they want a break room with Diet Dr. Pepper and nacho cheese Doritos? They want fresh stuff? No, they want education. They want CEUs, education. They come in and do something they don't get to do anywhere else. You know, every hospital can put a nice break room up there. That's nice. And EMS week, okay, give you an ice cream party. How about something different? Not a hat, not a pin. Give us something that lasts forever. Knowledge and recognition. That's what they need. So Kentucky Heart Foundation came along about the same time the one that did it here in Virginia did in 2007, established them. Code Heart, at the time we started, their door to balloon time is 52 minutes. That's not FMC, that's door to balloon time. Once we got everything going, it dropped down to 36%. In St. Louis, Missouri, they were begging St. Louis Fire Rescue to do 12 leads in the field. The Barnes Hospital, the big hospital there, actually bought them the 12 lead machines, brought me in to train them, and they weren't going to do it because they said, we're too close to the hospital. Why are we doing this? They didn't want to do it. But when they did, they got the program started through Dr. Lim there in St. Louis. And when they did that, before EMS started running 12 leads in the city of St. Louis, the activation rate from the cath lab from the field was less than 10%. Now, modern days, since they're all doing it, is 98%. They totally turned it around. I go there every year for a seminar where we talk about how we used to be and how we are now. Because I do the same class and everybody just keeps coming. It's a big celebration of how good they're doing. And Dr. Lim just says, he gets teared up every time when he sees a total turnaround in St. Louis from doing this. And again, when people are empowered as a team and they understand everybody has an important role to play, they do it right. And that's the cool thing. Same thing with this one. This is Western Tennessee. This is Jackson Madison County General Hospital, a little small hospital in Jackson, Tennessee. They have a better door to balloon time and first medical contact balloon time than does Vanderbilt. So you look at the top STEMI hospitals in Tennessee, Vanderbilt's always in the top 5 all the time. This one's always number 1. And people in Vanderbilt are going, how are they doing that? Because everybody from VHAC to their, and this is a public partner partnership right here, partnership. They all on the same sheet of music. We've been doing seminars there all the time for those guys to get them going with that. Here's one in North Florida, and they're the ones who picked up on what we did. So how about this? The times, the door to EKG, the goal is 7 minutes, the actual is negative 42 minutes. So guess who did the 12 lead in the activation? EMS. So when they got to the hospital, they had 8-minute door to balloon time and 60 minutes is what they were going for. How's that for your statistics? Man, you guys rock at the hospital. Yeah, we do. Our team, which includes our EMS agencies, rock it. You see what I mean? So if you're not getting these calls all the time and EMS is running 12 leads, what's up? Because you should be showing when EMS is in your team, it shouldn't be what the hospital is doing, it's what our system's doing. So what is our system doing? And you can break that down to individual services and reward them that way when you look at it. But see, these ones they put out there, cardiology is happy, ER is happy, EMS is happy. They all get this all the time. And again, North Florida Putman, I think that's an HCA hospital. They are really big into EMS liaison. Almost every one of them will have one out because they saw the benefit early in doing that. So with the EMS world, there are barriers, old paradigms, such as we were told to put them on a monitor. We don't know why we put them on the monitor. We just did it. 12 lead won't change what I do. They say, it's not going to change what I do. We don't have time for that. They read the machine's interpretation. Here's a wide complex tachycardia, turned out to be VHAC, and the machine called it a QMI. So if you're a machine reader, you're only reading what's on the thing up there, then you're going to miss this. It's obviously a very wide complex. It's ventricular in origin. Acute MI suspected, but this is not a heart attack. This is a heart attack. What the heart's going to do to you, catch you reading a machine. So machine interpretation, not AI, folks. In 2015, the American Heart Association gave the machine interpretation a class 3 rating. You know what class 3 means? Harmful, not helpful. They had independent data at the time, and I was in a room where it happened because in 2000 they had the data, but before then, to make everybody want to do 12 leads, They simply suppress independent research. They let Physio and Zoll and others put out their research on the machine's algorithm interpretation. We're 96% specific for a STEMI. That's great, but what about the sensitivity of it? Never came out. It was all retrospective. So they didn't know what it was. So then people say, well, cool. We don't have to teach our people how to read them. Then we'll let the machine do it. So they got everybody reading, got everybody out there getting 12 leads now. They succeeded. And now they published their criteria in 2015 that says it's class 3. We didn't know that in 2000. We'd still been in dark ages, wouldn't we? So sometimes they withhold a little bit to get you to do something. Well, that's not familiar. They withhold something to get you to do something. And then they turn around and say, well, here, this is what the study actually said. So what that means to us is we got to learn how to read it. At least for ST elevation, right? So excuses we get there. This person says, you see what happened when you run a 12 lead on a sick patient? They die in the middle of the 12 lead. And so this is what they're led to believe, right? Well, if this happens, first of all, it's pretty cool. Give me a copy of it. But second of all, you didn't do that because you delayed care. What are you going to do if you don't have a 12 lead? You won't know what to do. So the 12 lead, what I can say about this one is the heart with its dying energy took out a pencil and scrawled out who killed it. You see what I mean? Isn't this cool? Scrawled out who killed it right there. So there are two H's and T's. Number one, there's thrombus cardiac. That's a STEMI. But you see when the elevation in lead 3 is bigger than it is in lead 2, then there's a 60% likelihood of having a right ventricular infarction with it. And that's a preload issue. So the second H on the other H on this one is hypovolemia. So the Grim Reaper saying, well, I'm glad you're not looking at me. I'm just going to walk right across you right here because you're going to be looking more about this than you are about me over here causing a heart attack. So see, what are we doing now? Post arrest, we run a 12 lead to get them in the cath lab, right? After they come back. What about before? Before they die, if you had that, you'd know some of the H&Ts, wouldn't you? And so they tell you to do that too, but when are we getting over the excuses where we don't know what this is? So to me, as an educator, excuses are knowledge gaps. And that's what I've learned in my career. Whenever someone makes an excuse, then I just look at it very carefully. I go, that's a knowledge gap assessment. I know what to do now. Because if I can fix the problem of the ignorance, then I got this. And so that's what I think about. So remember what I said earlier, it's not what you know, you don't know. It's what you don't know it hurts people. And that's the key there. So we need to change. So when do we do 12 lead? You got a pulse in a problem between nose and navel, throw down. Run a 12 lead first. And that's what people are doing. From Hawaii to Maine, you know, what's this guy saying? No lead 2, throw down, quit putting them on a monitor, start running a 12 lead first. So the cultural change we need is break the paradigm mold. If you look at EMS paradigms, they say up here at the top, they say ABCs, 1, 2, 3, ask stupid questions, please. Then somewhere down the line, it says do a 12 lead. Some protocols actually advocate giving someone a medication, a cardiac medication without a 12 lead first. You're taking an awful big gamble with that patient's life. You're gambling on a lead 2 rhythms to rule out contraindication to antiarrhythmics, contraindication to vasodilators, and contraindication to drugs that prolong the QT interval. All without a 12 lead, which you're 30 seconds away from. So what I'm trying to bring up here is something simple. You saw this earlier from a rhythm strip. Now you see this on the 12 lead right there. So what it comes right down to is you understanding what it is we want you to do there. So let me get back up here. I'm going to show you one more thing here, then I'll be done. Together, we've never had before. Let's do what we've never done before. So if you want to have that breakout moment, then do something you haven't done before. Of course, the corollary to that is those that say it can't be done, you get away for those who are doing it. And there are those doing it all over the state right now. The class I've been to here, there's been incredible cases here and there that's showing what people have been doing with this information that I just showed you right there. So, and I'll close with this one. This is an example. This is not Virginia, it's in Palm Beach County. This is a 55-year-old guy with nausea. They call EMS because he wanted to ride to the VA. So they show up and they know VA is going to take a while. So they decided to give him some Zofran. So what they did was they had to run a 12 lead perfect clear of QT. They ran the 12 lead pretty much normal. He does have some depression here, but they ran the 15 lead, which is 3 extra leads. And you see they have elevation here in leads B8, B9, 2 leads here that aren't even run on a 12 lead. So now they find the guy has a STEMI. Well, suddenly the nausea isn't so bad anymore. And he goes to the cath lab, had 100% circumflex occlusion. So if our goal is first medical contact to balloon time, we can't do that without a STEMI. So if your 12 leads normal is not a STEMI, how are you going to do that? So the thing I didn't get a chance to get to here was the 15 leads, but I want to show you an example of it right here. You want to know more about it? I can help you with that. But here's the human part of it. There's a guy right there, not thanking for saving his life and bringing him back from the dead, but not letting him die because he'd been sitting in the VA with nausea while his heart's dying. So you see, sometimes we can get so tunnel vision into something else, we don't think about what could be done. So the 15 lead is a thing. So you need to think about that. So what can I do for you personally, for your part, your neck of the woods? Well, I can do classes. That's what I do. And if it's in the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's free. So the state makes sure I go to your place and do these classes. I'm doing them right now. I can schedule a place to do it at your place too. Hospitals, EMS, it doesn't matter. It's free. Just get my email, take a picture of the screen. Edutainment@mac.com or Robert Page at bda.virginia.gov. If you have any other questions of me, if you can put them in the chat box there, they'll make sure they get them for me there. So other than that, again, I thank you for the opportunity to bring this to you guys here. I hope I opened your eyes a little bit. And so just remember a few things. It's not what you know you don't know. It's what you don't know you don't know. It's going to hurt somebody. And the key to overcoming excuses is identify the knowledge gap and train people. I'm an educator by heart, and that's what I do. So thanks a lot. God bless. See you guys next time. Thank you, sir.
I had to stop myself from jumping up on there about 5 times. Well, that was terrific, Bob, and we're definitely going to take you up on that offer.
Sure.
I think it's time for VHAC to partner with experienced educators like yourself, get you out in the state, and really, I think we're preaching from the same message here. There's so many great things you said that I'd love to spend time on. Lytics are underutilized, that getting the EKG at the scene, really the EKG to decision, that's the critical piece that we're finding, the cases that go well and that don't go well. So yeah, we'll definitely talk and definitely take you up on that. Thank you so much. Just from a housekeeping standpoint, Sherry, when is our break built in so folks can stretch their legs? Is it after this next talk?
Yes, after this next talk, but I also want to let everyone know that the lunch will be cleared away about 2:30. So feel free to grab anything you want to send anyone. We hope you enjoy.
Great, thanks so much. So our next speaker is Ray Wadley, who's the Executive Director of the Northern Virginia EMS Council, and he's going to talk about reigniting our partnership with EMS. Thanks, Ray.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's not very often you get Bob Page to be your opening act. Now, I got to tell you, his is off the charts, always has been, delivers a great product. When I was working in Alexandria prior to coming on the Virginia EMS Council, he came in, we contracted him then. Why couldn't you have been, free for it back then? But anyway, I'm going to talk a little bit about how to re-engage EMS. That's really what it is. There we go. All right, perfect. Yeah, I told you the picture's not going to be too bad. Anyway, so I'm coming to you from the aspect of the northern region, specifically the Northern Virginia EMS Council. One of the things that we are doing well is working together, right? It's hard to believe that we can actually have pre-hospital, hospital working together, but it works very well. Dr. Tarani and Kat are on our team to help work our meetings together. We also bring in a battalion chief from the city of Fairfax from EMS operations, to be our EMS chair from the council perspective. So 3 of us are in Northern, all 4 of us are in the council VHAC STEMI meeting. So what you can see up there is the Northern region. What I'm going to show you, that's just the portion for Northern Virginia EMS Council. That's our catchment area, most of Planning District 8. So that covers about 3.1 million people in population, about 1,300 square miles, probably a little bit more, 11 hospital systems. So we're bringing in, that's just Northern Virginia. Now, when we start going into the other areas like Fauquier County or going down into Spotsylvania or Fredericksburg, those numbers increase dramatically. So what we do, like I said, and I'm just advertising the folks that we work with on a routine basis that come through there. They We start off with our standard agenda that changes in a while, but we use Mission Lifeline, get with the guidelines. We have folks coming in and talking. We have Eddie come and talking to us about, hey, what's the focus data within our region? You know, we have cardiologists, Dr. Ronnie comes into it, Dr. O'Brien joins our meetings. We bring in the EMS aspect for those that choose to join. This invite alone is over 150 email addresses that we send out this meeting invite to for people to join. And that's from Northern Virginia all the way down south of Ferguson. So if you want to be on that distribution list, let me know. We'll add you. It's just growing and growing. But it takes a village to do the work that we're doing. So talk about Mission Lifeline. I mean, hey, we just heard Bob talk about early 12-lead acquisition. We have some agencies that are using BLF providers to actually start the 12-lead once they first get there, before the ALF providers and paramedics and EMT intermediates come in to do the 12-lead. So that's huge. Bob's 12-lead show, vital sign, then a 12. We want to get that early, right? So that's part of it. But even before that is that early recognition. How we do that community outreach piece to get folks to realize, hey, something's not right. Maybe I need to call 911. Often those that are the sickest are the most reluctant to call, and you know that. But again, if we can get that 12-lead early, we can get it to the hospital, even if the hospital system doesn't like to activate on a STEM code STEMI or STEMI alert from pre-hospital. If we can get that 12-lead to the hospital, that's huge. Forrest Winslow is going to come in and talk a little bit about Pulsera as one way. There's various ways, whether it's using the physio product to transmit the EKG from the field to the hospital, or a Zoll product, whatever, by modem, by picture. We don't care. Let's get that 12-lead to where it needs to go. If you don't believe the paramedics or the EMTs, like Bob was trying to tell you, then look at the 12-lead. Use that to be that guiding principle to say, maybe we should do that code STEM, help reduce that door to balloon time. Our goal is basically so that everybody lives, right, has a good, healthy life after having an event. So we use regional data from the EMS Council. This is just a snapshot of last quarter. 143 STEMI transports. Average on scene time to a 12-lead is a little over 6 minutes, so 7 minutes. Average scene time for a suspected MI, about 16 minutes. Can we do better? Probably. You know, what is our average first positive to a STEMI alert? About 11 minutes. That's pretty good, especially in Northern Virginia, where it could take an hour to go 5 miles. Okay. We recognize that there are challenges, but until you start looking at the data to say, hey, how do we increase this, or how do we decrease this time? Let's increase the amount of 12 leads that we get. Okay, great. We got a bunch of 12 leads. What are we going to do with it? How do we get them to the ER so that an activation can happen? We use the data service provided by the state ESO to help gather our data. So that's how we're able to get the data from across our region. We know there's challenges. Here today, you're having lunch. You're solving the problems of the world. That's what happens in every firehouse. They can solve every problem at the kitchen table before shift, during shift, and after shift, over coffee or over a meal. Now, leadership may not like those answers, but they're solving the problem. So by us getting there, we can get together and figure that out. So the 3 challenges that I got from talking to my colleagues or the other directors and some other providers is the time commitment. I'm too busy. I can't do it. You all are here today. You took time out of your normal schedule to come here to get something out of it. Okay, that ties into value. All right. How do we do these meetings? Before COVID, virtual meetings were I shouldn't say non-existent, but they weren't very much in favor like they are now. Today, we have a hybrid meeting. Those of you here, those of you that are on the computer, right, listening in. So we can fix some of those challenges very easily by offering that hybrid option. Value. What's the value to getting EMS to engage? It could be something as simple as free food, free coffee, right? If we're getting fed, we're more likely to show up. But we need folks to show up to the table. And that's what collectively I hope that we're able to figure out. But then you have to figure out which committee. And just going through our 11 different regional EMS councils, we have various committee names. Medical Control Review, PI, STEMI, VHAC. If you're not sure, pick up the phone and I'll have a link at the end of the presentation that you can reach out to any of the EMS councils. You just go to the link, figure out where you are. Like I said, we have 11 different council regions, which encompasses all of, hey, VHAC, right, or VCSQI. That's great. Some of those are on that border, so you might have to talk to one council and another council. But again, those are easy obstacles to overcome. We talk about get with the guidelines. We talk about ACLS guidelines. We talk about AHA guidelines. We talk about lots of different things. You all can help shape a regional protocol. Now, I will say in our region in Northern Virginia EMS Council, we have a protocol guideline. We don't have regional protocols. Every EMS agency has their own. But we do have a few commonalities. Get the 12 lead early. Give them aspirin. Get them to the cath lab. Identify that it's a STEMI. All these are the same things that are get with the guidelines of Mission Lifeline. You can help make sure that those agencies are doing the same thing. But you can't do that if you don't talk to somebody, if you don't know what their protocols are. Again, this is a very basic protocol. We know these are the things that everybody is going to do. After that, we have a little line that talks about, hey, then it's up to each individual medical director. Because in Northern Virginia, every medical director has their own style of doing business. Ultimately, it's still assess your patient, do a 12 lead, maybe give some aspirin, recognize it's a STEMI, call it in or transmit it, get them to the hospital so they can get to the capital. Right? I mean, ultimately, that's what it is. Feedback. Well, that's key. No matter whether it's trauma, whether it's stroke, whether it's going to be STEMI, is getting some kind of feedback to the provider. If they don't feel like they're getting something, they're less likely to be engaged. This is just one example that I got from our meeting last month that sponsors birthday. So this is de-identified, but they have a book that's available to the EMS provider with the charter to come in and say, hey, let me look at that case I brought in. They also try to, talk to the providers that brought the case in. That is so important because if they know that, hey, this is what happened, because we're thirsty for knowledge. Knowledge is great. We can learn from it, but we can't learn if we really don't know what the outcome is. Now, yes, there are going to be some folks that might be jaded and say, hey, I'm just dropping them off and I'm leaving. But there's a lot of people that want to learn. So we can talk about, hey, what went well, what happened when you brought, as soon as you brought them in, this is what we did, this is what happened after the fact. Show tracings, show your 12 leads that you all have in the hospital. Let them see what they didn't see. And we're not going to say that the 12 lead that EMS did was wrong because it didn't show a STEMI, because sometimes people just don't feel right and we're taken to the hospital. And that's where it's even almost more important to say, hey, that person that you brought in, they actually had a STEMI. But we didn't catch that until 5 or 10 minutes in the door, 20 minutes in the door when something else changed. But let them know that what they do matters, how you can improve relationships with them, because if you talk to them, it's amazing what happens. And it doesn't matter whether they're a volunteer provider or a career provider. Bob said he's been doing this for 43. I've only been doing it for 33, but I'm going to give you a story about how perception is. A volunteer paramedic, me, my partner, which is also my wife, is a volunteer paramedic and an ER nurse. We treated a patient one time. Austin really didn't want to listen to what we had to say. I'm like, why do you want to listen to them? They're just volunteers. Just volunteers. Well, the charge was happening to educate, but he's a career paramedic someplace else, and she's an ER nurse. Oh, wow. Maybe they do know something. Yes, we all know providers that are better than others. And I'm not trying to say I'm better than any other provider, that my wife is better than anybody else. But it's all about perception and building relationships and showing value. Okay, we treat you as a colleague. Great. So we're starting down here to help build that foundation in the ER. Let's take it to the next level. How do we change the protocols for those agencies to mirror what you all need in the hospital that the cardiologists want? And that ultimately helps us get with the guidelines even better and allows EMS to get a little brand recognition with Mission Lifeline EMS. The hospitals to get a little Mission Lifeline, STEMI recognition as well. Working together. So how do we do that? These are just samples of some of the things that have been pushed out either by Sherry or by my council as far as different educational opportunities. Well, not all of these are cardiac related, right? Is our burnout self-inflicted? But that was talking about COVID. But all these other things that are out here are opportunities for you all to engage EMS, to engage the medical director, to engage the chief, to say, hey, we're looking for people to volunteer to be on this committee. Or find out, hey, how many of you, instead of paramedics, how many are on your STEMI committee? How many do you even know it exists? And honestly, a lot of providers, they know what they know, they don't know what they don't know. They think that everything happens up here with the medical director and the fire chief. Well, that may be true for something. Every EMS agency in the Commonwealth has some form of quality improvement process. And if you find out where those meetings are, you can go to them or Zoom in, Teams in, get with them to help provide input and guidance. We're always looking for new people, new ideas. The day that we say that we know everything is the day that we should all retire. And some of us fail at retiring because I know I just did that. So find your champion. Okay. It could be the fire chief. Be somebody like Bob Page, be an EMS chief, medical director, even the EMS providers that are on the units or the supervisors that are on. That might be the person. You find that one person that's passionate about it, they're going to join. They're going to join your team. You're not going to believe this, but some of them will do it even without their system paying for it. But like Bob said, if their system pays their salary to do that, they're going to be there, right? Utilize the regional council. Like I said, we have 11 regional councils across the Commonwealth. Reach out to them. They can help you. You can help us. This is a picture of my former boss, Fire Chief Corey Smednick, making dinner in his home to bring to work the next day for Tasty Tuesday. Okay. So in order to make whatever he's making, because when I worked there, I worked in emergency management underneath him. They didn't have the Tasty Tuesday. He didn't want to come to the jail where we were for emergency management. That's a whole different story. Yeah, he had access. But he's got a recipe to follow. Well, maybe his wife Yolanda wants to spice things up a little bit and throw in a little cayenne pepper. That's okay. But we can still make a good product if we all start with the same base. We can add something here, something away from there, to make it what we need. These are the 11 different regions, right? So if you go to the www.vaems.org website, it may look a little dated, it is, it's okay, but it'll have all the council regions. And you can go to their websites, and almost every one of us has our committee meetings either posted on the calendar or the minutes from those meetings. And you can take a look. But sometimes we don't know what you know, and you don't know what we know. So we have to work together. When Kat came on board, she was like, hey, I'm not doing this job, and can we help out? Yeah, great, come on. I think I ambushed her to help, be committee, but that's neither here nor there. Which she graciously accepted. But again, it's building those networks, building those relationships. We can't do it alone. Nor should we, because we're part of the larger system. Yes, it may start with us delivering the patient to the hospital. And then from the ER, it goes to the cath lab, or if the best case scenario, from the medic unit straight to the cath lab. Wouldn't that be novel? Are we there yet? Some places, yes, some places no. But let's encourage our folks to get 12 minutes. Okay, great. They can do a 12 minutes. They can call it in. Hey, you know, this is what we're bringing in, or call on the radio. Maybe the ER doc's a little hesitant because I don't know that person. Never heard of him. I think he just got released. You know, provide to do his own thing. So I don't want to do that false positive activation. But we over triage, we can still, you know, have false positive. It's okay. It's not going to hurt us. You know, maybe in the middle of the night, they really don't want to do that, but it's going to happen. We accept that. Then help them to get the 12 lead from the patient's bedside or the back of the medic unit to the hospital. Work with it, figure that problem out. We have some places in Northern Virginia that actually bought the modems to communicate from the field to the ER. Or Linda's going to talk about some other products a little bit later on, which we don't use. I'm not endorsing or not endorsing this product. We don't use it in Northern Virginia, but you know, you can take the picture, or you can use that to send that 12 lead to every cardiologist that's on call, to the ER. Hey, maybe that's the way to go. Maybe it's not, but have those conversations and discussions to figure it out. This is my contact information, well, underneath the bar, so it's Ray at VHAC.org. So we want to make it nice and easy for people to email us or spam us. But what can you offer us as EMS to make the system better? That's really what we really need to figure out. And it's more than just having people show up to the meeting, it's having them show up and wait for it, participate, right? How do we draw them out? Now, I kind of got thrown into the whole VHAC thing when I became the executive director. It's been an interesting journey. I'm learning a lot of things that I didn't know, that I thought I knew, that I really didn't, right? So we're able to provide regional data on the jot form. So we try to do that when we have our meetings for Northern to add some of that in. That information can be easily replicated by other EMS councils. Now, what may come maybe a little bit hard to smooth out is if you've got two councils that serve your region. But the data can still be there, and you can still use that combined data to kind of, hey, this is what the averages are within our community, within our area, and find what we need to do better. Okay, fine, we identify what we need to do better. Now we need to identify some solutions. And that's where work groups come in, that's where committees come in, that's where engagement comes in. So we need your help for that. So don't wait for us to reach out to you. Reach out to us. And if we don't answer, keep trying until you find that right person. Find the champion for your cause. We've heard that some of the EMS agencies are harder to pull into meetings because maybe it's a volunteer run area. I understand that. I used to volunteer for 20-some years, as well as my career in EMS. There are challenges. And yes, if somebody has a full-time job that's not in EMS and volunteers in the evening or night or even daytime on call, they may not be able to join those meetings. That doesn't mean they still can't be engaged. Keep them on, you know, find out if they can be on the mailing list, right? Get the minutes, get the notes. Maybe there's a topic that they need covered that they can ask you to help with. But if that person can't, then ask them, well, is there somebody else in your agency that can? If they can't in that small volunteer role, look at the bigger part of the system. Are they part of a larger career system? In Prince William County, we still have some volunteer organizations and the career side. The volunteer organizations can't help out. They're still part of the overall system in Prince William County that has the medical director that, hey, guess what? Guides those independent stations. So engage with the career system that's there, whether it's Loudoun County, Prince William County. When there's some places that does a third service to transport in the Richmond area, that's okay. but you can still find champions. If you have a hard time finding champions, you can go to that website that I showed to see, from the EMS council and find out, hey, who would be a good person to bring to the table? Who's not necessarily a good person to bring to the table? Or what can we do? How can we do? Or maybe it's a simple, well, I can't do that now, but hey, we want to have somebody come in and lecture. So guess what? Dr. O'Brien, can you come give a lecture on what we really need, on something? Or, hey, Bob Page, can you come and lecture on something? Maybe we want to, hey, BLS providers can do 12 leads? Really? They can? Sure they can. There's nothing in the scope of practice that they can't do a 12 lead. They may not be able to interpret, but they can still run a 12 lead. If they can get that 12 lead to you sooner, isn't that part of the solution? It's just one step. So what are some of your ideas on how to get EMS back to the table, back to your meeting? We run it a little differently. We run the meeting and invite people, but other places do things different. So what do you think? This is that interaction. Nothing? Okay, but think about it in all seriousness. There are ways to engage, and it starts with first making phone calls, and it may be the EMS councils that you need to reach out to. Okay. So again, thanks for, giving me the opportunity to come in and speak to you all. Hopefully this is a little engaging, maybe not as engaging as Bob Page, but a little bit of engagement to show that you all can help solve problems, whether it's working within your hospital systems to get modems or getting ways for providers to communicate the 12 leads, or changing your policies to say, it's okay, they can call in a STEMI alert and we're going to do something, right? But that takes that collaboration. So communication, collaboration, that's key. One of the worst things that happen in after action report, communication sucks. Let's fix that communication, whether it's you engaging with us or us engaging with you. And again, by working together, we can help solve some problems and keep patients alive, and maybe we'll be the door. Right? Thank you.
Well, Ray, that was great. And I think we're seeing a common theme, which is STEMI care is a team sport. And if we want to get this done right, we have to engage, empower, educate all members of that team. Before we break, you were asking for suggestions for engagement of EMS, and I think I've heard a lot of creative things out there in the state. One thing we do at Lynchburg General is our interventionalists call the EMS agency after every case. Unless that agency is able to stay, like we said, unless they need to get the truck back to their county. If they stay, they can stay in the control room. I'll go over the films with them. There was a little pushback years ago. I had a partner, great guy, great operator, who said, I don't have time to do that, right? It's 2 a.m. Last thing I want to do is have to make another phone call. And I said, well, honestly, even in a busy cath lab, how many STEMIs does your typical interventionalist do? Probably in a busy center, maybe 4 or 5 a month, maybe 10. Half of those are private vehicle, the other half come in via ambulance. The time to call 2, 3, 5 agencies yields incredible benefits for your system. Because number one, you can teach right there at the point of care. Say, hey, good job, you were right, it was an occluded right coronary, or, this was a false activation, but it fooled me too. Here's why. You and I can look at the EKG and see that this was a STEMI mimic. But it's also kind of a two-way street, because I was not only maybe imparting some knowledge to them, I was also hearing things from the field, like, thank you, Dr. O'Brien. Did you realize we don't have any radio coverage for this part of Appomattox? Or our transmission equipment on this rig is broken. Can you help us get a new one? Or we encountered this delay in the emergency department. So again, that's just one of many ways, I think, to tackle that engagement piece. We're going to break here in a second. If you guys have other ideas, feel free to share those out in the Zoom world. If you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead and do so. We will reconvene at 2:30 to hear from Dr. Patterson. And thank you. There's coffee and sunshine and all the rest. Big cardiology fellowship together at Wake Forest. And John is going to present cases, I believe, and talk about unlocking success, how we optimize door to balloon or FMC to balloon in STEMI care. And John, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time. Just to give you a little bit more background, I have had the opportunity to establish STEMI programs in a number of states. I've spent my career basically building heart attack programs. Started in Winston-Salem right after our fellowship and started at Forsyth, worked with the RACE program. Great opportunity. We actually developed the lytics in the field for the western part of the state. Very helpful when it was wintertime. Right? Trucks can't get out of the mountains in any kind of timely fashion, and the closest hospital was already an hour away. Same thing in Louisiana. Louisiana Emergency Response Network had the opportunity to build a lytic program out in the Gulf of Mexico. You know, the rigs are nothing but islands in the middle of the ocean, up to 8-hour boat rides, 3-hour helicopter rides. And you have a heart attack out there, you're really left with very little to do. But we were very successful. We developed that program, and then I moved to Abingdon, Virginia, and started working with the VHAC. You know, and it just kind of made sense. As I did that over the years, you know, we always employed and encouraged and educated and worked with the EMS groups. And so in Abingdon, it kind of made sense. I then became the OMD. For one of the services there, and I'm now the OMD for about 11 services in the western part of the state. You know, Virginia has a lot of barriers, much like all the other places I've been. And I'm sure any interventionalist, any cath lab person who's ever experienced that call, hey, there's a STEMI. We've had some similar barriers, things that slowed us down. One of the things, you know, that our keynote speaker mentioned, which, you know, absolutely true. The STEMI just shows up at your door. EMS is unloading, and everybody's running around, you know, kind of like a 5-alarm fire, trying to figure out what they got to get done to get the patient on the table. We've had other issues. I had an experience in Abingdon, for example. We were in the ER. I was evaluating another patient for a different problem, and suddenly an ER doc runs up to me and hands me an EKG, and he goes, "There's a STEMI." And I'm like, "Great, where is it?" "I don't know." "What's their name?" "Yeah, I don't have that either." "Well, where are they?" "We don't know. This EKG just came across the system." And I'm thinking, do I open up my cath lab? Well, probably. It's been known to have an EKG faxed to us that actually belonged to our competition, so I wasn't quite sure. But I'm thinking, well, I'd rather be ready. So I called my cath lab and said, "Don't put the next one on." And, you know, I think we have a STEMI coming. Possibly. And about 30 minutes later, we get a call, and it's from EMS service out of Dayton, Virginia. And if you've never been to Dayton, it's in the middle of nowhere. There's no cell reception. They couldn't call us. The only thing they had was a signal to get that EKG out, and that was it. And 20 minutes from our door, they did give us notice that they were coming. So what I've found a lot of the times, a barrier has to do with communication, with that activation. You know, how prepared can we be? Where's the mindset of the interventionalist and the cath lab? You know, if we don't have data, we don't know what's going on, there's this angst. When are they getting here? How long is it going to take? You know, are they here yet? Have we heard their ETA? There's all that kind of stress that goes into it. Where's the heart attack? Is it inferior? Is it anterior? What equipment do I need? So there are a lot of questions that come up. So I want to go through just about 3 cases. I will just start by saying I have no disclosure since this is a CME event. And the one product that we will touch base on, I have no relationship with the company, but it is the product that our system decided to use to improve the communication. So in our first case, you know, we have a 73-year-old female, a history of hypertension, non-insulin diabetes, who presents with severe substernal chest pain, began around 4 p.m. On arrival, and she had continued chest pain, the shortness of breath, and the vital signs on presentation. She's hypertensive, 177/72, heart rate's 86, respirations are 20. This was her field EKG. Now, when we're doing this at our facility, we like to make a little timeline, and we review every STEMI each week. You know, we have our collection of STEMIs, and we'll go through the timeline. And so in our early phase, this program started September of 2019. So we were still working through a lot of different things. And if we look at our timeline, we have an EMS call dispatch of 16:59. They arrived at 17:06 to the patient, and they get an EKG at 17:13. So, okay, pretty good time. The EKG was positive. If we look, however, from 17:13 to 17:52, before they actually notified the hospital. So we've already built in almost a 30-minute delay or 40-minute delay. All right. So they notified us, and patient arrives just a few minutes later to our ER at 17:59. So of course nobody's there yet. We're trying to get rushed and get things going. Fortunately, some of the staff hadn't quite left the building yet, so cath lab arrived at 18:14. We get the patient into the lab by 18:36. By the time they drop the table, get the equipment out, get the room ready, we pull the patient in, and we start at 18:42. So, we've lost 40 minutes already. The patient on arrival to the cath lab no longer has a pressure of 172, and she's no longer breathing 20 times a minute. She's now 40 plus times a minute. Her pressure is now 80 systolic. She's going into cardiogenic shock. We had to take time to put in a balloon pump for support. We had to intubate her. So our door to first device was 1940. Not great. Not great. If you look at door to dilatation, it's 101 minutes. You have first medical contact to dilatation of 154 minutes. Now keeping in mind she decompensated, that had to be addressed. That takes time. The question I have is, what would have happened if we had been notified a little sooner? If our cath lab had been open and ready, if we could have maybe gotten our cath done a little bit quicker, could we have been able to maybe stave off the intubation? Hard to say. Her arteries were terrible. She has essentially subtotal LAD that's a very small, less than a half millimeter and a half vessels. Her circ is essentially diffusely diseased, high-grade stenosis. Her right coronary had a proximal hazy thrombotic lesion right there after the catheter at the top, up into this area. She also has some distal disease, so clearly the balloon pump is going to be needed no matter what. She's got poor perfusion everywhere. But the problem is, with no heads up, we have no idea kind of how to prepare for the patient. And there's clearly delay. We had to stop in the ER. We had to hold her in the ER. And we know as soon as you take them off the stretcher and put them on an EMS, from the EMS stretcher to the ER stretcher, you're adding about 30 minutes. That's going to happen because, they're going to get EKGs. Somebody wants to come and do an x-ray, and the whole process kind of breaks apart. All right. And that was our first case. Our second case, I have a 50-year-old male, past medical history, bipolar disorder, drug-induced tremor, tobacco abuse. States he started suddenly having chest pain at about noon without any precipitating trigger. Had never had anything like this occur in the past. Pain radiated into his neck, left arm, reported associated diaphoresis, shortness of breath, nausea. EKG, again, marked ST elevation in the inferior. And if we look at his time, EMS gets dispatched at 13:02. They arrive at 13:15. There's an EKG done at 13:16. Why? Because the EMS has been, at this point, really getting engaged, really knowing EKGs are first. You got to do this. This is now in 2022. So we have to get this done, so that we can activate. They activate, STEMI at 13:16. It's great. I mean, within just a matter of minutes of arrival. Aspirin's given, heparin's given. The field part alert, though, doesn't actually get called until 13:46. So again, almost a 30-minute delay from the time that we identified the STEMI to the time that we activate the lab is 30 minutes burned. Patient finally arrives at 1400. Because we had the delay in notification, they stop in the ER. Our team is still trying to get in. They don't get there till 1410. So they get the EKG. They load it on some Berlenta. Once we get arrived into the cath lab at 1434, case starts at 1443, and we get the device at 1507. So dispatch to dilatation is 125. Now, door to balloon, pretty good, 67 minutes. Less than 9, that's nice. That's close to the 60. First medical contact, 112, a little long. We have room for improvement, right? But the breakdown really is around the communication. So as we engaged EMS, we really wanted them to feel confident in activating. I always told my EMS guys, I'm like, if you have a false activation, what's the worst thing that happens? We go over the EKG. We use it as a learning opportunity. We're not there to berate you. We're there to lift you up and educate you and make you part of the system. So the next time you have more confidence of when to call and when not to call. These delays are important because even though you meet guidelines, you're less than, 90 minutes door to balloon, less than, 60 door to balloon. That'd be great. Every minute counts. We know this. So the communication is key. In this particular patient, we had 100% RCA. You got it open, put a stent in there. These pictures, we would try to share with EMS if they weren't in the control room, much like he says, we want them involved. We want to communicate back at them, and then discuss where the rooms, for improvement. So we had a system to do all of this. To try to help us with communication. It seemed to me I had some EMS services, they didn't call at all. They just sort of showed up at the door. I have some EMS services, they got the EKG real quick, but they kind of waited till they loaded and got the patient kind of settled in. And then eventually they would give us the holler while they're on the road, and the problem is every minute counts for us, right? We got to get that room open. We got to get people set and ready. We got the equipment out. And so for us, it was really, what do we do to have real-time dialogue? Every hospital is different the way they activate. So some use their hospital operator to call all the people to come in, right? So, we then have to wait for that person to call back. I, as the interventionalist, often we're there first, looking for everybody. Where's my staff? Did they get a call? Have they called back? I don't know. I just had this happen actually the other day. We had a failure in our system. And even though we have it really down pat, I came in, there's no people. So immediately I called the operator and I said, hey, did anybody tell you we have a STEMI? Well, no, it was an outside transfer center. I said, well, they failed to notify you, so we need to call in the team and use the system. And so we did. But it's interesting how no matter how good you think you have this stuff, little things happen. So for us, we used a product called Pulsera. We wanted something where all EMS trucks could have the ability to activate from the field. They could communicate directly. Having a EKG pop up on the system was reliant on cell phone reception. This actually, just needs a small amount of bandwidth for data transmission. It allowed us to have identifying information, patient name, date of birth, so we can start looking up information. It could allow EMS to provide us with images. We could see the EKG. We could see vital signs. We can see who is shipping. We know when they have the first contact, and we're tracking it all through the system. So here's an example where they took a picture, they activated. They sent this picture. I can see the EKG. That's awesome. I know where the heart attack is. I know what equipment I want. My team already knows because this goes out to everybody. Our ER doc, ER nurses have this thing right there in the station. That thing pops up. It alerts out. All of our staff have this on their phone. It alerts out. If I'm lying in my bed, I wake up to the sound of a really loud horn, and then this picture pops up. And I can say, yep, that's a real deal. They can show me vital signs. In this particular patient, their heart rate was 53. You've got a blood pressure of 91/48. And my favorite thing is the big red stop button. So for those doctors who felt like, well, there's all these false calls and I really don't want activation in the field. And, to this day, I still hear that from different interventionalists. It's amazing. Well, fine. You get the EKG, you say, well, that's not a STEMI. If I had a stroke for some reason and thought that EKG didn't look like a heart attack, I could push stop button. And everybody's notified, not just me and the one person, it tells everybody. So as your staff is coming in and you hit the stop button, they're not necessarily wasting a lot of equipment, throwing it out on the table. And you say, no, we're going to hold on this. It allows for direct communication. So that angst of where are they? Why aren't they here yet? How long are they going to be to get here? We have texting that can go on, and all of this has been HIPAA compliant, so they can tell us they're still on the scene. We will update in a few, they tell us when they're on the way. We can see what they've given, aspirin, heparin. They can tell us exactly where they are. If we're, thinking they're running a little behind, we know what's happening. I can also give some instruction to my staff. Hey, by the way, you got a heparin load. Let's check an ACT when they hit the door. We have requests for height and weight. So that way my nurses know how to do their dose. All of that stuff is communicated before the patients hit the door. Right? And we know pretty much by the minute what's getting ready to happen. So this was a 71-year-old female with no prior significant cardiac history. She reported intermittent left arm pain for prior week and attributed this to musculoskeletal pain. She'd been moving some boxes. Day of presentation, she stated substernal chest pain, left arm pain with diaphoresis started about 20 to 30 minutes prior to calling EMS. Well, let me tell you right now, that's a shock, because most of my heart attacks in Virginia so far in the last couple of years have been people who've sat at home for 2 to 3 days, having chest pain, only to say, well, I thought the good Lord would take me home. And when he didn't, I thought I might need to come to the hospital. We have delays in heart attack in this community like I've never had. One of the biggest things we need to be doing as VHAC, not just working and helping our EMS guys, really be able to move quick and identify. We have to get to the patients, the community. We have to tell people what a heart attack is. How many times have I heard, this isn't a heart attack, doc, I'm having some indigestion. Well, Miss Smith, no, your EKG says you're dying and you need to move. Well, I get this all the time. Well, that's a real problem. So we have to do a better job of getting activation. EMS can't do anything until we get the patient to make the call. So in this particular case, this lady, really recognized she might not be doing well. She made the call. She's had a history of hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, no allergies, no bleeding history, and had no recent upcoming surgeries. Her vital signs on arrival were low, 91/48, heart rate 53, respirations 20, and I know she's already experiencing signs of shock, right, before she even hit the door. So I know in my head, we've got to move fast, and sometimes I like to get the picture of non-culprit arteries first, just to make sure it's not severe multivessel disease or not other stuff I need to be considering. And then I'll go straight in to do the diagnostic and intervention with a guide catheter to the culprit vessel. In this particular case, she was so shocky. When she came in, I decided to go straight to the culprit vessel. This was her EKG from the field, which certainly was a huge concern. And then, of course, when she arrived, she was pretty sick. So we have a dispatch of 14:55. We have first contact at 15:02. EKG was 15:06. So within 4 minutes. And the heart alert was called at 15:08. So you're really talking 6 minutes from the time they arrived. Cath lab was already in place because this is midday. However, I was about to put a patient on the table. We were ready to do the next case. And as soon as that alert went out, we said, hold, put the patient back into the pre-op area and let's prep for this stim. At 15:27, they arrived. Now, in our facility, we have a process. We bypass the ER. If our cath lab is ready, there's no point in pausing and waiting, getting another EKG just to confirm that this patient's still having a heart attack. I pretty much know they are. She's diaphoretic, she's having chest pain, her first EKG looked terrible. I doubt it got better in the 10-minute ride. So we go straight to the cath lab and case starts at 15:35, first device at 15:40. So when you look at that, dispatch to dilatation, 45 minutes. First medical contact to dilatation, 38 minutes. And there might have been a little bit of room for improvement. My EMS guy was kind of kicking himself for taking a little bit longer on scene, but he was concerned. He wanted to stabilize her, make sure that blood pressure, had IV in case things got ugly. And I probably would agree with that as his OMD. And then, our door to bloom time was 13 minutes. And much like the wonderful presentation, if you have a system and you use it and you have communication ahead of time, whatever that system is, also is one example. You got to have a way to get the information to all the key players. That includes your cath lab staff, your ER staff, the interventional cardiologists. And as patients' conditions change, which they can, right? I've had patients coming in, got a STEMI comment, oh, they coded on the way. Boy, wouldn't that be nice to know ahead of time, right? That may be a pause in the ER where normally you could whisper them on back. Or, ice is on the road, traffic's terrible, there's been a wreck on I-81 and we are tied up, we're trying to get around it now. Boy, good information, right? So being able to communicate directly, I think, is one of the keys in dealing with field activation. I think it alleviates some of the concern that some physicians may have for misidentifying MI. Have the ability to see the EKG real time. I don't have to wait for it to get back to the ER and then the ER to take a picture of it and then send it to me and the download from, whatever cell service I've got, which comes straight to me, to everybody. We have two-way communication, so we can follow the process that we put in place. Now, always room for improvement for these things. As I said, we just had one fall off the trail. That was a transfer from outside facility. We actually have this process built into one of our main referrers. The Pulaski Hospital has it in their ER. They're going to send us a patient. They can let us know if they're going to give lytics or not. They can tell us when the ETA is based on where EMS is going to be able to get there. This case was tremendous. This lady's ejection fraction the next day, 65. No wall movement. It was a big MI. He had 100% RCA. That was all we had. That's what it looked like once I passed the wire. You know how that goes. All right, so you cross that right with the wire, they're breaking him down, they want to get the heart block, all sorts of fun rhythm stuff that happens. So we warn everybody, and then we put the stent in. All right. The other thing is to the point of Dr. O'Brien saying, when we want to communicate back to EMS, we want to let them know, what did we find? Was it a good call? How did the patient do? Well, with direct communication, you can actually snap a picture, again, HIPAA compliant, and I send it right out. They can see it. So if they couldn't stay in the control room, I can bounce it right back to them at the end of the case. It facilitates communication. I will say that, the EMS provider on the scene is Dustin here in the corner. Dustin did a great job. He's really organized and has his team. He's actually chief. His team, is prepared and engaged. And I made sure that at their OMD, to engage EMS, there was a question asked earlier, what do we need to do to engage? Well, one, you can't yell at them. You can't fuss at them. You can't make them feel bad for the false activation. That'll shut it down immediately. They'll never call. You have to lift them up. I look at false activations as an opportunity for education, opportunity to fill the gap, right? As our prior speaker mentioned. We teach each other. I learn all the time from these guys, what's going on in the field, and when we try to get it back at them. This is now, I've tried to put this talk together. It actually was very difficult for me to find slow cases without going all the way back. Because now our average door to bloom time is in the 50-minute range, probably would be shorter than that if we took out some of the transfer delays. But even our transfers now are usually less than 90 minutes because of the direct communication. And if we know there's going to be a delay, we know there's going to be a delay, we can say, give lytics. That's one of the things that state of Virginia needs to focus on. I will just diverge. I have had lytic programs in North Carolina, Louisiana, all of which are very successful. In the mountains of Virginia, and I would hazard to guess that maybe even some of the bigger cities where transports can get really locked in. We have to look at what is the best opportunity to open that artery. And one of the things that we are all afraid to ever address is lytics in the field. I've sat on the Western Virginia EMS Council. I participate in the Southwest EMS Council. And these are things that we bring up, but no one's really feeling confident to make a stand on how do we develop that. Well, again, you have a system like this with communication, a physician can be directly involved. It's essentially telemedicine. You can make the call. You're not having to rely just on, an EKG read by a machine. Okay? In those areas that maybe aren't as strong in their EKG read. Either way, something to think about. Any questions? Well, thanks, guys. Certainly I can tell you on the side, if anybody has questions specific around kind of processes on communication and working through these things, I've had years and years and years of experience in dealing with this. So far, this has been the best solution that I've been able to find to allow field activation of confidence. All right, thank you.
John, that was fantastic. Picked up a lot of great ideas. Amazing cross-pollination that goes on at these meetings. I learned something all the time. And I do want to pick up on your digression because it's a very important digression that we talked about recently, and that is the use of thrombolytics. We have 2 centers now that are a TNK upfront first strategy. We have other centers that, not in our region, but have traditionally pushed back against that. Just as a quick kind of pearl or factoid, there was a meta-analysis done that showed that the primary PCI superiority was lost somewhere around 114 minutes. So we can debate 90 versus 120, but there is a point at which if you can't get primary PCI done fast enough, it's an inferior root perfusion strategy. So one of the other thoughts that came to me while I was sitting there from an organizational standpoint is we need to start tackling these issues individually and aggressively via VHAC. And I can foresee a thrombolytic working group, so subgroup. So think about that for a little bit. But again, great presentation. And we are going to turn it over to Forrest in a minute. It's great to see Forrest, your face on the screen here. Forrest was really present at the creation. He was one of our advocates back in the day in the Eastern region, really helped us establish VHAC in the Norfolk area before he went on to work for Pulsera. So again, I don't have any stake in Pulsera. I am not going to push one product over another, but we felt from John's experience that it was worth bringing this idea to the group. So with that, Forrest, welcome back, and I will turn it over to you.
Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize for not being there in person. I'm actually for statewide implementation down here. So what I'm going to try to do today, Dr. Patterson has set the stage beautifully for me as far as, talking about how it works for STEMI. But what I want to share is a little more broader in the fact of what we've done in other parts of the country and other regions as far as developing an entire system of care around not just STEMI, but all time sensitive emergencies and all ED to EMS to ED communications. And so I'm going to go through several of those examples and kind of show you what the platform looks like in the background. I'm not going to put it as a sales pitch here. Let's build a network in an area, and I'll go ahead and have a spoiler alert. It looks like the Tidewater and the Peninsula EMS region. They've secured funding for a region-wide Pulsera push And this is really around emergency preparedness, daily communication, that EMS to emergency department communicate. So it'll be interesting to see how that grows as we move into the beginning of next year, to show yet another example of an entire region coming up on a platform like ours. And so our company was founded about 10 years ago, Dr. Woodson. He's an ER physician that struggled to get people out of his emergency department into the cath lab, communicate with EMS, communicate with all of the players that help a patient in a time-sensitive emergency get to definitive care. And he says, there's got to be a better way. So he dreamed up a HIPAA-compliant platform like Pulsera that's predominantly on smart devices. There's also a browser version of the platform as well. And so we're agnostic to whatever type of device that you have when you're looking at it. But really what we're about is really pushing for regional systems of care and using it every day for every patient. And then when you do have that time-sensitive emergency or that large-scale incident, this tool will scale with that event. So what that looks like, the problem, you guys live this daily, and Dr. Patterson gave us several examples of poor communication that happens, and this happens everywhere. It happens from the first responder up to the ALS crew that's picking up the patient, between the EMS and initial hospital, and then in that transfer piece, you have a lot of breakdown in communication. So what Pulsera does is it takes this phone tag game that we're doing here, and where there's some degradation in the quality of the information, and we're putting it all on one level playing process where we look at in a patient channel by launch browser, just like Austin, and it was to see that that was not an ambulance floor in the background. That was at the patient's side.
Forrest,
see, yes.
Forrest, sorry, can we jump in real
Yes.
quick? Your audio quality, is it just a little bit spotty in the room that we have here? I'm wondering if there's a way we can improve that, or perhaps try turning off your video. Or if you have
That's what I was going to do, is turn off my,
headphones.
yep.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Did that improve it? No, it's okay. Did it improve it?
So far, keep going and we'll tell you.
Okay, very good. We build teams that are already pre-established, and then we start communicating and tracking the patients. One of the nice things about it, you can simply take a picture to get an EKG in there, but we do have some integrations with some of the monitor companies and some of the stroke AI tools that are out there, and a lot of robust data. And so when I say you want to use it for every patient type, you want to, for every piece of communication, there is not that one time when there's a or trauma, and they flow and go to use this platform. So all of these time-sensitive emergency flows can be established under the same platform. And you can also use it not only for EMS to ED, but for that walk-in patient or that patient on the floor that's also having a STEMI. And then Dr. Patterson's group and his cath lab staff will get all the same information, just like it was an ED patient coming into the platform. You communicate, just like he said, taking pictures, you can do telehealth. And so really every day when we're communicating about a patient or about something other than a patient, we're pulling out our cell phones. You probably, all of you today, have not taken a phone call while you're in that room, but you have answered an email or sent a text to someone. And 2 people in the room sent me text earlier. And so I know that there's a ton of asynchronous communication that we all do, every day. And so when you look at it, it's the things where we're kind of taking what today's technology is and moving it into healthcare to actually improve the way the patients, their journey. And so Dr. Patterson, really did a good job of showing how that streamlined that, timeline. And so I'm going to start with 3 different states where we've had approaches and showing you how we've set up region by region. as far as doing a regional system of care. When we started in New York, we were only in the Buffalo area and then at SUNY Upstate as far as a hospital. And they loved us. They were seeing the same success that Lewis Gale is, seeing currently. But then we were approached by the different regional councils, and the Albany group is around there. They said, we want it for all 10 hospitals and all 150 EMS agents, so we can decrease our time to getting the patient off the stretcher, the ED. So they enrolled in our free product, and they are really using it today, and they've seen a great decrease in that timeline. And one of their 12-year ED charge nurses, she's the best thing that she's ever seen as far as communicating between EMS and the emergency department. So really good stuff. When you're looking at everything orange or red, we're in a phase of implementation right now, moving across the state. And then I'll show you the other one. This one is similar to what we're going to be doing in Tidewater, but this is the whole state of Texas. And so they have Pulsera across the entire state, and they use it every day. And we're currently, I believe, in 450 hospitals in the state. So this is only growing every day as we move forward. Our best example of a regional system of care is a state system of care. The State Department of Health in Arkansas actually purchased Pulsera for every hospital, and including, they've expanded as of last week into 8 surrounding hospitals in other states. And so what this helps them do is really in that transfer piece, getting them out, door in, door out from one facility to another. And we facilitate that transfer and communication piece through that. So it really is a true regional system, but this is a state system of care. And we're currently getting ready to do the same thing in Florida. This is what it looks like, just to kind of give you a basic look at what the channel looks like. You're going to launch the phone. You're going to hit that plus person button. It's going to scan a driver's license, which pulls in demographics. And then you're going to just pick your STEMI patient type and then your destination of the hospital that you're going to. And what you see there is that now hospital availability. So the hospitals have the ability to say, my CT scanner's down, my cath lab's down. Albany Medical Center a couple months ago had an active shooter. They were able to put that in the channel and close it to all EMS traffic. And then for the EMS crew, they hit alert. And this would be the same for a walk-in ED patient. The workflow looks about the same on that channel, and the screenshots that Dr. Patterson had were excellent. At that point, just like he described, you take pictures, you can add EKGs and all kinds of content. And I love seeing that monitor where they were doing asynchronous, in non-discrete data, not into particular fields. So it's a really quick way of doing data entry, and it gives you a great clinical picture. And then we also pull in that EKG, which can either be by simply taking a picture like Dustin did, or one of these where you're pulling in from either like a Tempus or a Zoll. And then the ED gets the alert, and this is where you can decrease some of your overactivations. I hate to say activations, but your overactivations, because now your ED physician can look at it and say, I don't think this is a STEMI. They could stop it at that point, or they could consult with the cardiologist and then activate the STEMI after that. And then this is what, it looks like for Dr. Patterson and his team is as soon as they hit that alert button, instead of calling a one-call center that then pages people out and then they call back, they have all the clinical information at their fingertips, and it happens within seconds. And so that's one of the things that we do. And we really like, that case, we've driven down door to device times along with door to needle times in the stroke world tremendously. And so this really adds transparency, just like he said. EMS is given a push notification so they know that the hospital received the information. And then your ERs can also see visibility on all patients coming to them and have transparency in what they're seeing there. So this is just showing you another version of the same thing. He showed you the mobile version. This is the web version for that. And then for all of our data geeks in the room, this is an example of the stroke data that comes out, but the STEMI one looks very similar. And basically all those discrete data points, because we're actively communicating, not documenting, but actively communicating, you are turning that into real-time data because you're capturing things passively times. And so we auto calculate a lot of that stuff in this worksheet when you export it for the program. So I'm going to pause there and let you answer questions or ask questions if there are any.
Any questions from anybody?
So Forrest, thanks for that great presentation. So with Basara, do you all have to interface with their hospital IT or software?
No, we do not. So we consider ourselves to be communication, not documentation. We can integrate with them, but most facilities choose not to do that. One integration that we do have is that's used rather regularly is between EMS and their EPCR system.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good question. Thank you. Forrest, you may have mentioned this already, or maybe this is a little forward, but what does it cost?
It's all based on scope of services and the size of the facility. And so when you're looking at a system like Lewis Gale, when we did pricing for them, we did it off of only the Salem campus and the Montgomery campus. Pulaski and Allegheny and the two freestandings in our business model are free. We want to have producers of patients, so EMS is always free. And then any of your freestanding or critical access hospitals are going to be free in that equation. And so we could quickly, give you pricing around that. The average cost for, medium-sized facility is going to be in the 50,000 a year. It goes down a little bit in second year because we do implementation in the beginning. The largest single hospital price that you'll see is just above 100,000. So an academic medical center like SUNY Upstate, because they have high volume, high, services, they would be around 100,000. But you can have some. We have a little New Hampshire one hospital that we implemented the other day, and I think they're like $10,000 a year.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. As far as classifying what medium volume is versus large volume, can you throw out some actual ER volume numbers, please?
So we kind of we go in a phase, and so we have tiers. I have 8 tiers in there, and so I'll give you an example. Tier 1 is going to be up to 12,000 patients a year, and then tier 8 is going to be anything that would be 90,000 or greater.
Very good. Any other questions, comments? Well, Forrest, that was a great presentation. Again, good to see you back, and certainly have given us a lot to think about. Definitely some success stories. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, and we'll be excited to see what happens, in Hampton Roads when they deploy it, region wide, and we really start that process. So, if any of you want to talk about a regional approach, even for the free version of the platform, like we're doing a lot in New York, I would say just reach out to me. And then, we'll talk about that. I think it's best if you establish a network like we're doing, even before you start exploring United. I think we could make even Southwest Virginia way more successful if we could get every EMS crew to use the system along with their competing hospital system there.
Great. Well, we'll definitely reach out and we'll be thinking about this. Thanks again. So we're a little ahead of schedule. Sherry, I think 3:45 is our next. We are free until then. Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Take care. I think we'll go ahead and get started again. We want to filter back in. Well, I'm excited to introduce our next two speakers who are going to talk about the latest cardiology clinical trial data. Dr. Kantos from VCU and Dr. Kaushik from Bon Secours St. Mary's. So without further delay, I will turn this over to Dr. Kantos.
Yeah, this works. Well, thank you all for being here, and thanks Pete for the introduction. So we're going to double team about some update in cardiology clinical trials. And I'm going to do something just a little bit different rather than going through one or two trials, but try to present where I think the field is in a couple different areas, both for cardiac arrest, as well as talk a little about acute MI and be apropos to some of the discussions before about fibrinolytics. So the first thing I'll talk about is cardiac arrest. So if you look at the field, like every other field, there's been a substantial increase in the overall literature. For cardiac arrest, not quite as much as other areas. If you look at randomized controlled trials since about 2015, there's been an average of about 150 trials a year. So lots of new information to kind of try to sort through. I'm just going to present a summary of probably the four or five or six most recent ones that I've seen that I think we all have thought about, at least when you're managing these cardiac arrest patients. First was the target to temperature trial number 2. And the goal of this trial was to determine whether 33 degrees was better than taking patients and using targeted normothermia with early treatment of fevers. Was that beneficial, aggressive hypothermia control versus what some people might say normothermia? ICU rocks, which was looking at different targets for oxygen saturations and whether or not it improved outcomes. The two arms were a lower level of oxygen at 68 to 75 versus a higher level of 98 to 105. But the actual box trial looked at whether or not improving cerebral perfusion by increasing mean arterial pressure would have improved outcomes, targeting two different maps, a lower map of 63 and the higher map of 77 with aggressive interventions if needed. A more recent trial that just came out in a couple months ago called TAME, which looked at something maybe a little bit counterintuitive until I read it, was looking whether or not hypercapnia actually improved outcomes. And the rationale is that the higher your CO2 goes, it actually increases cerebral perfusion as opposed to hyperventilation, which actually causes vasoconstriction. So they targeted two different CO2 goals, a regular normal goal of what the current recommendations are of 35 to 45, and a higher goal of pervasive hypercapnia at 50 to 55. And the final trial was kind of an interesting one. It was actually a relatively small one, looking at pre-hospital treatment with cardioversion for people in VTVF, looking at 3 different placement of pads. One was routine anterior posterior. One was which you might call vector change, in which they moved it from anterior posterior to anterior lateral. And then finally doing something called double sequence defibrillation, in which you use 2 different defibrillations in a row to try to convert the patient. Just to show you how that would work, this is the standard pad placement here, it's the anterior lateral vector change, in which we're going anterior posterior. And the third one is to put 4 separate pads on the patient and try to shock within a very short sequence. It does have some potential problems. If you shock out of sorts, you can potentially short out both your defibrillators. So obviously it does take a little bit of coordination. And at least in one experience in our hospital, someone trying to go cardiovert atrial fibrillation and actually put them into VF, which can be a little bit scary. So just a summary of these 5 different trials when they were published, all within the last 2 to 3 years. The number of patients included, and you can see it's varied, but typically in about the 1,000 to 2,000 range, except for dose VF, which was only 405. One of the limitations for most of these recent trials is that they often were terminated early because of difficulties in enrollment due to COVID. Mean age of patients was typically in the low 60s range. The majority of these patients were male. And I think which is important, which we'll talk about in a little bit, what's important for interpreting these trials, was a very high rates of bystander CPR and presence of shockable rhythms with almost 90% of bystander CPR, which I think is markedly different than what most of us see. And almost 3/4, if not more, had shockable rhythms. Total time to return of circulation was relatively short in perspective to compare to most of our cardiac arrest, with right around the 20 to 25-minute range. Overall outcomes were quite disappointing if you look at it, in that there was really no difference in either using a mortality endpoint or mortality and good neurologic outcome among the different groups, with these showing about a 55% mortality to about a 30% in these two different trials and about 40 to 45% in TAME. And again, no significant difference among those 4 different trials. The only one that did show benefit was the dose VF trial, which improved survival to discharge from 11% up to 27%, comparing the standard arm to the other one. Obviously, it seems very exciting and a potential opportunity, but as I noted before, it does require a significant amount of logistics to make it work, and probably should be confirmed in later trials. As the way this was done was they enrolled people in a initial trial, a smaller trial, just to see if this would pilot trial to see if it would work, and then included those patients in the final one because it was terminated early, again, secondary to COVID. So a little bit disappointing in that nothing seemed to work to improve overall outcomes in these trials. And that would be one potential conclusion to take away, that there's really not much we're doing to improve cardiac arrest outcomes. I think it is important, though, when you look at them, that most of these interventions were actually comparing one active arm to another. And that when we look at cardiac arrest care, it's actually a bundle of care. It's no longer what we did, say, 20 or 30 years ago, when patient came in, you put them on a ventilator and hope for the best. But these patients are aggressively treated with volume resuscitation, EEGs, multiple other interventions on top of what we're looking at these different interventions and these different trials. Also, I think most of these compared fairly minor differences between the arms. For example, all of us would say at least a target map of around 60 to 65 would be appropriate for the vast majority of our patients. The active arm was 77. So maybe that what this does is it gives us a little bit more leeway as far as treating the patients, so long as we're in the kind of relatively normal range. And I think the ROCKS trial illustrates that. If you look at it again, the difference in PO2 is really not all that much difference. And in fact, something that would be fairly difficult to pick up on a routine pulse ox without checking blood pressure, without checking active ABGs. So I think overall that, again, and another way to interpret it is these patients are often may not be considered comparable to the vast majority of cardiac arrest patients we see. Again, 9 out of 10 got bystander CPR. The majority had shockable rhythms. And again, a relatively short time to return of circulation. So these results and how to treat them may not be appropriate to the majority of patients who don't meet those entry criteria. Well, what about doing early coronary angiography? Again, something we've seen multiple times across trials, in that observational trials suggest substantial benefit, but when we actually do the randomized trial, we don't see any. This is a summary of 5 randomized trials that compared early coronary angiography versus routine angiography approximately 48 to 72 hours later after the patient was actively reformed. Overall, this again, patient characteristics. This is a summary of what we see. Again, the majority of these studies included predominantly male patients with a number of risk factors and about a quarter with prior MI. Again, similar to the other trials, most of them had a relatively short time to resuscitation. The majority of these patients did undergo coronary angiography if they were in the control arm, with almost everybody in the active arm undergoing CAT. Importantly, and I think this is something that does affect our results, even though these were presumed to have ACS as the cause for their cardiac arrest, only a third of them actually had significant coronary disease. And out of those, only a third of them actually underwent PCI. So if we're looking for a potential benefit, we're looking at it on only a minority of the patients undergoing angiography. And again, similar to the cardiac arrest trials, no significant benefit. And in fact, early cath had a tendency towards worse outcomes compared to those who underwent delayed coronary angiography. This trial showed the highest overall survival rate, but with the caveat, this was assessed at 24 hours rather than time of discharge. So the conclusion from this was that early coronary angiography does not seem to benefit in most of these patients. Again, a number of limitations to take into account. There was a wide variety of patients included. There was variations in targeted temperature management. And we also, all these trials suffer some form of bias. High-risk patients may not have been included because they underwent urgent coronary angiography outside the trial. And those who had more prolonged resuscitation may not have been included just because we knew they weren't going to have good outcomes. There was a crossover from the control arm to the active arm, which is only about 1 in 6. So I think the two conclusions we can take away is that there's no benefit to early cath, as many of these deaths turn out to be neurologic. However, it doesn't mean that one of the other important takeaways is that there didn't appear to be a significant harm. So at least in appropriate selected patients, early coronary angiography can be considered in selected patients. So I think, what are we left with? I still think the best way to improve outcomes for survival with cardiac arrest is what we do up front. Activation of EMS, high quality CPR. If you don't have good CPR in the field, your outcomes are going to be dismal when the patient gets to the hospital. And then finally, defibrillation. I think, again, as was mentioned earlier, I think the EMS side of this is probably the most critical one for improving overall outcomes. If we don't have these first three put together, these last three are not going to be able to provide any benefit. And just in the last couple minutes, to switch gears just a second, for the last couple slides, something that did show benefit, talk about acute MI. And this is, I think, apropos to our earlier discussion about use of fibrinolytics in the appropriate patient population. A significant number of patients still present to hospitals that are non-PCI capable. And although the recommendations are transfer them to a PCI hospital, often these times are substantially beyond guideline recommended times. And importantly, this delay is actually associated with a higher morbidity and mortality. If you look at more recent data from the chest pain MI registry, we still treat the number of patients who are treated has dropped off substantially. It's about 10% of patients, and with often significant delays to time to actually receive reperfusion, about 38, the average about 38 minutes, which is below the 30-minute recommended time. And I think this is because oftentimes there's some confusion at our community hospitals about what the appropriate therapy is, especially given the fact that many of these are probably only seeing maybe 1 or 2 STEMIs a month. Door and out time was substantially below transfer times, with a door to PCI time a median of 116 minutes. This means that over half of these patients were longer than the 120-minute recommended time. So the purpose and the rationale behind the STREAM trials was to look at patients that presented in a timely fashion, whether a fibrinolytic therapy using contemporary antiplatelet and anticoagulant therapy with timely coronary angiography resulted in similar outcomes to primary PCI. The rationale behind this is that earlier treatment does associated with substantial benefit, particularly for patients who present very early on in the course of mortality. And in fact, if you're presenting to a community hospital with 1 hour after onset of symptoms or ischemia, lytics are probably going to be your best choice because they work relatively quickly rather than waiting for that 2-hour delay to get to a PCI hospital. Beyond 3 hours, the amount of time salvage you're going to get is going to be lower, and fibrinolytics have less overall efficacy. This trial was specifically designed to look at this cohort, those who present within the first 3 hours, to offer maximal benefit of fibrinolytics up front. Standard inclusion criteria were used across this trial. In general, again, 3 hours with symptom onset and couldn't undergo PCI within 1 hour. Treatment with medications included weight-adjusted T and K. For their anticoagulant, because this was performed primarily outside the U.S., enoxaparin was used with a weight-based dosing with a down titration for patients over the age of 75. Aspirin, clopidogrel up front, with again down titration dose those over the age of 75, with a very low threshold to perform rescue PCI in those who had less than 50% of ST segment resolution within 90 minutes after T and K. For those that were stable, they underwent routine angiography 6 to 24 hours later. Stream 2 was a very similar trial, although smaller, with slightly different enrollment criteria. They used age over 60 as an enrollment criteria, and half-dose TNK was used for all of these patients. Number of patients, again, larger in Stream 1 at 1,900 versus 600 in Stream 2, although it was biased at 2 to 1 for lytic treatment. The age was obviously older in Stream 2 because the patients under 60 were not included. Most patients did not have shock, about half had anterior STEMI. And if you look at the overall times, it was actually pretty good in medium times in the US, at least for fibrinolytics, about under 30 minutes for treatment. For patients who underwent intervention, it was about 38 minutes for lytics and about 117 to 109 for primary PCI, with about a third of patients requiring urgent coronary angiography. Why was a dose down titration used for TNK? Well, if you look at risk factors for people who have intracranial hemorrhage, which is probably the most feared complication for patients presenting with STEMI, older age is one of the largest criteria included with lower weight, prior stroke, and increased blood pressure. And you can see a sharp increase in data from the Gusto 1 trial shows a sharp increase in the risk of overall bleeding, intracranial bleeding risk, particularly once you get above 70, and this is the cutoff for age 75, in which that proportion is well over 1%. In the first Stream trial, what they found was out of the patients over the age of 75, almost 10% of them had intracranial hemorrhage. They ended up doing a down titration for those over the age of 75 receiving half-dose TNK that resulted in no hemorrhagic strokes. Overall, outcomes were quite similar across the groups in the two trials, with similar outcomes using a multiple different types of endpoints, with lower overall endpoints in Stream 1, again, because they enrolled all comers as opposed to those over the age of 60. Intracranial hemorrhage was actually fairly low, 1% in Stream 1, but this includes those who received full dose. And then in Stream 2, seemed to be higher, even with half-dose lytics at 1.5. However, out of the 6 patients with intracranial hemorrhage, 3 of those had protocol violations, either related to receiving additional anticoagulation, which they shouldn't have received, and 1 with uncontrolled hypertension. So this would have dropped the intracranial hemorrhage rate down to about 0.5% overall. The overall conclusions: pre-hospital lytics with timely coronary angiography results in effective reperfusion in those who can undergo primary PCI with 1 hour. Half-dose TNK does appear to be effective and does result in significantly lower rates of intracranial hemorrhage. And this is actually a protocol we've been using for our community hospitals for about the last 5 years. And I don't think we've seen any ICB rates in the older population. So I think this does work for those that do see a fair number of transfer ins, that it can improve overall outcomes, and particularly those presenting early does offer substantial benefits by offering early reperfusion in those patients. Thanks. Want to do questions later, or?
I was just thinking about maybe when Dr. Couch gets set up, we could take a few questions. Anybody for Dr. Contos? I had one question for the post-cardiac arrest, and you may have said this already. Did it distinguish between ST elevation and all other comers?
So these only included patients without ST elevation.
Without, okay.
Yeah, so the current recommendations are for those with STEMI, they should undergo urgent coronary angiography. So this included that group of patients without ST elevation. So there's been some controversy over whether or not intervention worked. Lots of observational trials showed you really should do it. So the randomized trials came and said, well, probably not.
Got it.
To the point of whether there is any data on the acute MI with cardiogenic shock, I'm pretty sure that we all agree that we do not even have data on that either. It would be good for us to know in future if somebody can design a trial for acute MI with cardiac arrest out of the hospital, if there's any benefit of taking those patients to the cath lab, because we are individual data starting to suggest that. Will be a difficult ask to follow Dr. Contos. I'll try my best. So I think we are going to try to sort of move the theme from cardiac arrest to reperfusion now to cardiogenic shock. And the first trial which I'm going to talk about is Yeah, so the first trial I'm going to talk about is the ECLS shock trial, which was just presented about 2 weeks ago at ESC. In my opinion, I think it's one of the most important trials of the year, and probably one of the most important shock trials ever conducted in the last 30 years. So this trial was done by Dr. Holger, who is one of the gurus of shock, or at least cardiogenic shock in the world. So as we all understand, shock in the setting of acute MI has a pretty horrendous outcome. The most significant gains that we have made into reduction of mortality in acute MI cardiogenic shock patients is from reperfusion, initially by thrombolytics and eventually with primary PCI between 1970s to 1990s. So since 1990s, I think what we have seen is that the data suggests that there is a relative stagnation of the outcome right around that 50% mortality figure, and that has not significantly improved in most of the observational as well as small randomized trials since almost 2000. So basically since 2000, what we can say is we have improved the reperfusion related mortality, but since then the shock from acute MI has still, conferred a 50% mortality. So the first important trial in this regard was actually the IABP shock trial, which was actually performed by the same group, presented in 2012. If you look at that, the IABP shock trial at that time did not demonstrate benefit of intra-aortic balloon pump in the setting of acute MI cardiogenic shock. So prior to that, it was considered as a gold standard to use balloon pump in everybody with acute MI and cardiogenic shock, but that completely flipped the coin. And what we always felt or thought that would be a benefit actually was proven not to be beneficial. In fact, associated with increased peripheral arterial complications. So what happened since then was, as you can see in this chart, So right around the time when the IABP shock 2 trial was published, after that, over the next few years, there was a significant uptick in the amount of what we call as active mechanical circulatory support, which includes things like, VHAC, also called as extracorporeal life support system, as well as Impella, both in Europe as well as in the US. And if you look at it, it's almost a 10-fold increase in the usage of these active mechanical circulatory support systems. Now, the important thing to realize over here is that these are pretty cumbersome devices, require a lot of investment, both in the part of healthcare system as well as in the part of healthcare personnel. Often these patients are intubated for many days, and it takes many days to eventually wean them off of that as well. So there has been some difference between Impella and ECMO in terms of how they behave, but just to summarize, and both of these devices basically provide an active increase in cardiac output by about 3 to 5 liters based on what circumstances they are put in. So that was something which was done because of failure of intra-aortic balloon pump to show benefit. But despite doing that, we all knew that there was no evidence, at least a randomized control trial, which favored the use of these active mechanical MCS devices in the setting of acute MI shock. So what this group actually did was, this was the first adequately powered randomized control trial to evaluate benefit of active MCS using the ECMO. It was mostly pertinent to patients who have cardiogenic shock in the setting of acute MI. So all those patients who have shocks of other etiology or who have chronic cardiogenic shock, or those who have acute MI with cardiogenic shock from mechanical complications were not included in this particular trial. So as I said, these patients had to have an infarct-related, artery-related cardiogenic shock. So all of these patients had acute MI, either a STEMI or a non-STEMI. In addition to, number one, they all had to undergo PCI, because PCI has been shown to be the most important, or reperfusion has been shown to be the most important contributor to improvement in mortality. They all had evidence of both biochemical abnormalities like increased arterial lactate, as well as hemodynamic abnormalities in the form of reduced blood pressure despite aggressive resuscitation, as well as evidence of other organ failure. The patients who were not included in this trial were those who either were deemed to be futile because the total duration of CPR was more than 45 minutes, those who had mechanical cause of cardiogenic shock, who had prolonged shock for more than 12 hours, who did not have any peripheral arterial circulation to allow for ECLS cannula insertion, and some other, exclusion criteria and inclusion criteria. And the primary outcome that they looked at was 30-year all-cause mortality, 30-day all-cause mortality. The secondary outcomes, which I think are equally important in this particular trial, was things like, time to hemodynamic stabilization, duration of catecholamine therapy, total arterial lactate during the 24-hour after the reperfusion, peak release of myocardial enzymes, length of hospital stay, and so forth. So they looked at the, markers which looked at biochemical changes in the body. They also looked at certain financial efficiency markers as well. And they did a pretty good job in making sure that this trial is the first adequately powered trial. They estimated a 49% mortality in the control group, which was based off the IABP SHOCK 2 trial. And they were anticipating there will be at least, if you look at the anecdotal data, people are talking about 35% relative reduction with ECMO in terms of mortality, but they use very conservative estimates of about 40% relative reduction. Essentially that means that they recruited more patients just to make sure that there was adequate power in the trial. So a total of 420 patients were recruited, 210 in each arm. The median age of the patients was about 62 to 63. 2/3 of them had STEMI, the other ones had non-STEMI. All of these patients had attempts, or I'd say almost 80% of these patients had significant attempts to resuscitate with either catecholamines or other medical therapies prior to placement of ECMO. The mean blood pressure, you can think that it is probably not low enough, but this was the mean blood pressure on catecholamine therapy in these patients. And if you look at it, these were really sick patients. If you look at the average lactate at the time of recruitment, that was almost approaching 7, which usually is an indicator of pretty advanced cardiogenic shock. But the reason they chose this particular group was mostly because they are using a therapy which is quite invasive. So they did not want to specifically select patients who were very early in the shock phase. And if you look at further data, which I probably do not have over here, if we go by SCAI shock classification, almost all of these patients were between class C to class E. Almost all patients underwent PCI. Majority of patients who got an ECMO actually got an antegrade perfusion sheet to minimize the risk of ischemic complications, something that people think will take care of all the ischemic complications, but as the results will show, just whether it benefits or not. So the foremost outcome that we are trying to look at is death from any cause. So this was quite humbling, I guess. I mean, we are talking about something that, is very resource intensive. And if you look at the 30-day outcome over here, right over here, there was almost no difference between patients who got ECMO versus those who received traditional care. Remember that there was a 10% crossover in this study. So 10% patients who were intended to be in a non-ECMO arm did end up getting some kind of mechanical circulatory support. You can see some separation of these curves around, day 3 to day 15, which means that ECMO is probably more likely to keep your patients alive for an extended period, but eventually those patients succumb to the underlying condition by the time you reach day 20 or day 25. So no mortality reduction. If you look at the absolute numbers, there was exactly the same 49% mortality that they found in the traditional arm, which was same essentially what it was 10 years ago. And there was probably 1% non-statistically significant absolute reduction in mortality in the placebo. And I think the most interesting finding for me in this trial are these key secondary outcomes. I think the reason why we put in these devices is to hope that we are going to improve the biochemical abnormalities, which eventually lead to microcirculatory dysfunction and cellular death, leading to eventual multi-organ dysfunction in patients with cardiogenic shock. You all need to remember that most patients who die in the first 30 days from cardiogenic shock, almost 70 to 80% of them are going to die from multi-organ dysfunction and not from ventricular failure. That is why I think, generally speaking, VA ECMO has been the therapy of choice in Europe, probably not in the US, but in Europe for sure, for that reason. But I think despite that idea, if you look at, markers of biochemical dysfunction, the arterial lactate levels, there was no difference between the two arms. So ECMO truly did not improve the biochemical abnormalities relative to the traditional therapy of catecholamines and reperfusion by PCI. If you look at the safety outcomes, this is something that we have seen in a lot of observational trials for other large bore devices such as ECMO as well. There was slight non-statistically significant increased stroke risk in the ECMO arm, but more importantly, there was a substantial and statistically significant increase risk of both major bleeding as well as peripheral ischemic vascular complications. And remember that, almost 90% patients did end up getting antegrade perfusion cannula despite that defect. And the other important thing that I think is, what people talk about is maybe there is a subgroup that we are missing out, which may have potential benefit from ECMO. They looked at, dispersion based on age, gender, whether they had STEMI or not a STEMI, they had anterior or non-anterior myocardial infarction, based on how advanced they were in the process of shock, based on their arterial lactate, whether they got a previous CPR or not. None of these factors were predictors of any substantial benefit from ECMO. So it's quite humbling, I should say. So again, very important trial. I think it's sort of, a landmark trial in the sense that it gives us a lot of insights about the whole process, how shock works and how futile our endeavors have been. I think it's also important to know that so still the most important thing to making sure that these patients survive is to make sure we identify MI as early as possible, so which means education of the, public education to make sure they figure out the symptoms from acute MI, and those are perfused as early as possible to prevent delay-related cardiogenic shock. So as a summary, this trial showed that patients who come in with cardiogenic shock in the setting of acute MI, ECMO does not reduce 30-day all-cause mortality. There is no significant improvement in secondary outcomes, especially biochemical dysfunction, and there is significant increase in the rate of both bleeding as well as peripheral ischemic complications. Comments?
That was a great presentation, but wow, depressing. It's just frustrating how little we can offer at some point with cardiogenic shock. But I think your point is right on track with what we've said all day, which is it all comes down to rapid revascularization. We've got a few minutes before Dr. Tarani joins us. Do we have, we're sorry if we've neglected some of the chats today. Do we have any questions, Sherry, in the chat portion? Okay. Any questions from the audience?
The one interesting thing I think has come up from a number of these cardiogenic shock trials is that many of them also include patients with cardiac arrest. And I think looking at your slide, there's about 3/4 of the patients here. So I wonder that in some of these, you're getting very well skewed because you're including a population that's not going to benefit from any cardiac intervention. You kind of wonder if we need a trial that doesn't include those patients. Although the subgroup didn't show any benefit in those without cardiac arrest, you do wonder that it was only a very small number. And I remember an editorial from one of the Impella randomized trials that was very small, but again, no benefit. Again, quite disappointing that the things we do we think are make the blood pressure better, don't make the patient better. But they also suggested that one of the enrollment criteria should enroll people that don't enroll anyone that was actually included in this trial. Don't enroll people that have cardiac arrest. Don't enroll people that have significant neurologic deficits, because heart interventions are not necessarily going to improve the brain blood. What your thoughts were on that? This is probably more disappointing looking at this than the overall result of the trials.
Yeah, I think, that is definitely an important point. I think from my understanding, if they had cardiac arrest, it was not necessarily pre-recruitment cardiac arrest in this specific trial, because a lot of the patients had post-recruitment cardiac arrest either from requirement for CPR, and they were not primary cardiac arrest patients, they were primary AMI cardiogenic shock. So we are not talking about somebody who was found down as a result of MI VT shock in this trial. These were all patients who presented to the cath lab with low blood pressures with cardiogenic shock. So the subset of patients who actually did receive CPR at some point during the course was high, but at the same time, patients who actually received CPR before recruitment, before arrival at the cath lab was relatively small.
Is there data? I would suspect not, but is there data supporting for just the eCPR, refractory VF, not necessarily shock, those patients for ECMO?
Yeah, I think, that is again, from what I'm seeing so far, I think where there's definitely a role, or one would presume there'd be a role of ECMO, is early reduction in biochemical abnormalities, which eventually lead to microcirculatory dysfunction in patients who present with cardiogenic shock as a mechanism of improving outcomes in those patients. So that is why I think more than the primary outcome of not having mortality reduction in the AMI-CS setting, I think what is important to take from this trial is that there was no relative improvement in all those biochemical abnormalities that occur in a lot of these out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, cardiogenic shock patients, which eventually lead to either multi-organ dysfunction or neurological deficit. So the ECMO actually did not do the job that we always feel that it is supposed to do. So I would be reluctant to say that, at least based on this trial, that early ECMO with CPR is going to be making a significant difference in patients who are primarily cardiac arrest and not AMS.
Oh, so that's based on the secondary endpoints of biochemical markers. It's, the trial's not been done yet, but
No.
if we're gonna have to be, we were betting men and we would put our money on that being a negative trial, you would assume.
I think the industry will still probably try to say that there may be some benefit.
What's that?
I think there would be some people who would be willing to say that there may be some benefit in those cohorts, but I think at least I am not very hopeful that there will be a whole lot of it.
How has this changed your practice? It's, I think you and I talked about this, it's frustrating. There's no data for balloon pumps. There's no data for Impella. Now there's no data for ECMO, but it's really hard not to do something. And I open this up to everybody. Just, you know, what does your practice look like right now in 2023, and going forward, does this change it?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, I can just tell you that we generally, of course, you know, and there are reasons behind it. We have generally not been a big VA ECMO. I mean, we actually, if you look at our bond support, by 2017, we started switching. Before 2017, we were, or AMI-CS, I mean, 70% of the cases with AMI-CS where the MCS plus needed to be VA ECMO. We switched from 2017 to 23, we switched from 70% VA ECMO to less than 10% VA ECMO over the last 6 years. And we are predominantly Impella in the settings where we end up using an MCS. But I'm not saying that Impella is going to be, you know, the gold standard here. I am still skeptical about where the Impella is useful and how people put in. There are some people who have a lower bar of putting in the Impella, and I think that is where we get these skewed outcomes, which are seen in observational data that we have 60% or 70% survival, which I still feel is very hard to achieve in a true cardiogenic shock. In terms of my personal practice, I think if you are really sure that you are not going to cause harm in these patients, and you are very particular about, you know, the access side being stable and bleeding risk being low, only in those patients, and if the patient has no other options, will I use the active mechanical circulatory system. So
still use it, but first do no harm. Make sure you
Yeah,
got
I
the
think-
right size femoral artery. Make sure it's, you know, not a patient with PAD or very obese or various things where that 20% vascular complication rate. is
Yeah, and I think
kicking.
I'm not really sure whether I'm going to be using it still. I think I'll still have some hesitation to use it, but I would probably wait for maybe the
Sure.
Impella trials to come out as well. The major difference between the two devices being that this device does increase afterload, whereas Impella does not. But I still would be concerned about what Impella is going to give when we get the results from either the Dangle or the Impella trials in about 2 years.
Got it. Good points. Sherry, I want to keep the discussion going, but cut us off when Dr. Tarani's ready to roll.
And
I
if we
want
have,
pick on our interventional cardiologist. Josh, your thoughts? What do you guys do, and does this change anything?
So at Martha Jefferson, we only have Impella, but we have a very high bar for using it. We don't tend to see the patients that we do use it in and not to do well. And we use it for a bridge where we would transfer to UVA. So we have the smallest Impella gives us a 24-hour window, which before COVID was always enough. And during COVID, there were times where we had people that needed to go somewhere and there were no beds in the state, right? So that's a different story. But so we await the Impella data and you know, some interesting trials about in acute MI, anterior MI patients where they're giving Impella before reperfusion, you know, waiting the 30 minutes right to unload and see what that does. So maybe that if that's a positive trial, then perhaps I'll be using Impella a little bit more frequently. But right now, yeah, it's disappointing and it's a bummer. And so we're still kind of waiting for something that works.
So I think that again, the point here is, the subset of people who have cardiogenic shock are the ones which are most difficult. And some people may believe that, it is actually the inflammatory mechanism which might be driving a lot of the downstream adverse events. And people are talking about maybe using anti-inflammatory drugs to see if they can stop that vicious cycle of downstream deterioration.
No, it's all good, man. Yeah, I mean, so we're a pretty small shop. As my colleague was mentioning to somebody a little bit earlier ago, we get a lot of ROSC and a lot of, people down and, they present in cardiogenic shock. We're really pretty cautious as far as how we're going to manage those. We're going to check a lactate. We're going to kind of assess them neurologically, try to decide if it's a salvageable situation before we get too aggressive, because the outcomes are just bad. It's an expense to strain on the system, and because we don't have, a cardiac critical care unit, then I have to be partnered with another hospital that can accept them. We do have Impella available to us. We have balloon pumps, but for us, it would be temporizing at best, right? So we put an Impella in and we would ship with a plan to get to a bigger center. But I think to your point, I mean, they have to be thoughtful, right? Because the outcomes just aren't great in these patients. And that's a, $25,000 catheter, right?
Yep.
And then, the angst and stress and everything that the family has to endure because you do these things and it's not necessarily going to change the outcome, and it's hard for them to understand, right?
Yeah.
They're expecting a miracle and we can't always deliver that. So for us, shock is important. We know it's one of those sort of holy grails if we could figure out the thing or things that we could put together, right? To really make a difference.
Exactly. And I think we can, pick it up anyway, but I think the challenge here is that we really do not know who are the patients who would benefit from any kind of MCS. I mean, you take patients who are deep into shock, they may not benefit. Those who are early into shock, they may not benefit. So it's hard for us to basically get our heads around who are we going to use it in, if at all, and are we going to use it only until we have another trial which says there is no more benefit. And I think that is where it seems like the direction of the things is at this point.
Excellent. I want to, we've got a few more minutes and I want to entertain a question. From Nancy Farmer, excellent question. VHAC is collecting data from regions regarding shock and ischemic patients and measurement of lactic acid and CPO. Can you explain how this data will be used, i.e. VHAC's vision for improving care of shock patients in Virginia? I know this is a new initiative and might be evolving. I think this is a good segue to Dr. Tarani's talk. I didn't really address this today, but an important initiative that has been launched over the last 2 years through VHAC is the Virginia Cardiogenic Shock Initiative. Nancy's been involved with this as well. And basically, this is a space, as we know, that there are some things that we can do and some things that we really, as we saw today, don't offer as much benefit. But the first thing we wanted to do was to improve our identification of shock among our patients. If you look at, say, the SCI stages of shock early on, sometimes these patients fly in under the radar at your hospital and you don't realize till 12 or 24 hours after the intervention that they're headed that way. The reason that we picked 2 performance metrics, not outcomes metrics, but performance metrics for shock, the reason we picked lactate and CPO is really twofold. The cardiac power output is very helpful management-wise and prognostically, but it also, you can't get a CPO if you don't identify that patient as shock and you don't place a right heart catheterization. So that was really to help encourage the proper identification, hemodynamic management, and then appropriate use of right heart catheterization. And then the lactate was, again, it gets down to sort of prospectively identifying and managing these patients and thinking about the final common pathway of shock, which is poor tissue perfusion. So we picked those 2 measures, and also because we wanted to start simple. This was going to be a complicated endeavor, so we wanted to pick two things that we thought were fairly well defined and could be measured. I think the first step, and I'll be honest, cardiogenic shock initiative has been more difficult than we thought. We had this conversation offline. A lot of really pretty much all of our cath labs are very similar. You know, if you do primary PCI at one hospital, it probably looks the same at all the other hospitals. That's not the case for shock in Virginia. You have LVAD transplant centers, and then you have centers that don't even have a coronary ICU, much less mechanical support. So this is turning out to be a pretty heterogeneous group to work with for process improvement. But my final point, at least one thing I feel like we've accomplished since we launched this is on the steering group calls, all the participating hospitals have come to the table with a shock protocol. So at least we are going about this in a systematic way. And a lot of these protocols actually look fairly similar. So anyway, that's a long-winded answer to Nancy's excellent question about where we are and why we picked CPO and lactate as our starting measures. Anything else to add? That was a great talk.
So again, I think, I mean, to the point, I think both CPU and lactate are important predictors of outcome is how I would put it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if change in those parameters will definitely or necessarily implicate improvement in outcomes, but the initial, parameter of both CPU and lactate would be a predictor of outcomes. I'm going to take 2 more minutes and then I'll transition to Benam grading, I think. Just one other, this will be brief for 2 minutes only because it's probably not as important trial, but again, relevant because trials like these are difficult to do. This was a trial done out of London where, the London ambulance services picked up patients who had out of hospital cardiac arrest and transferred or randomized them to transfer to cardiac centers of excellence or just routine nearby ERs for management. And it's usually hard to randomize patients in the field. So they did a fantastic job of randomizing 800 patients in the field who were transferred, who were randomly assigned in one-to-one fashion to be transferred either to a routine ER or a cardiac center of excellence. And basically, just copying the same theme that we've been going on for the last, 45 minutes, there was no substantial evidence of improved outcomes in the patients who were transferred to specialized centers of cardiac arrest care. There was higher usage of in resources, both in the form of coronary angiography, ventilator support, renal support, and so forth. But if you look at the overall outcome, there was no significant difference between the patients who were randomized to either being taken to the nearby ER or to a cardiac center of excellence. So again, sort of humbling that, wherever we try to do much, the theme is probably less is better from what we see today. Thank you.
Excellent, very good. Sorry if we kind of cut you short at the end there. That's another important study. I'm glad you had a chance to cover that. And we have Dr. Tarani all set to go. Fantastic. Well, Dr. Tarani from Inova Fairfax, probably the guy that needs no introduction, is going to be talking about cardiogenic shock. Dr. Tarani was really the creator of the cardiogenic shock initiative and has been a leader in this field in his region and across the state. So we are really looking forward to what he has to say.
Thanks, Dr. O'Brien. I appreciate you giving me the so we'll talk today just about, the burden of shock in terms of its impact on clinical medicine and some of the different ideas around how to improve the care of these patients. So I don't have any disclosures. We'll talk about the challenges in improving outcomes in shock. We'll examine, the merits of a standardized approach using team-based care and protocols. And we'll look at some potential opportunities for improvement as it pertains to systems of care, which is, I think, what this body here is obviously, dedicated to doing. So we'll define the current gaps in knowledge. We'll look at the some of the data around team-based care, and we'll look at future directions and some clinical research opportunities. So this data has been shown in multiple iterations and forms. It's a bit dated because it stops at 2018, but the theme is something that we all know, which is that outcomes in cardiogenic shock have been poor now for more than 2.5 decades since advances in early revascularization. with the shock study. And that's despite the advances in early revascularization, systems of care, and then mechanical circulatory support devices. With short-term survival, that's just around 50%. We do know that the incidence of shock is on the rise. This is data from the nationwide inpatient sample taken over a 15-year period of time. And what they showed was that not only is the overall incidence of shock across the United States on the rise, but in particular amongst patients with heart failure-related cardiogenic shock, a under-recognized and understudied patient population, but one that we're learning more about over the last 4 to 5 years because of important data coming out of multi-center registries. And what we're learning is that this is a disease state which is heterogeneous. It consists of multiple different profiles, whether it's due to right ventricular failure, biventricular failure, or due to the typical LV failure, and that this is a disease state which requires a lot of multidisciplinary input, not only from our advanced heart failure colleagues and our cardiac surgeons, but the entire gambit of multidisciplinary specialists as we try to identify what is the best short and long-term approach to managing these patients. We do know that cardiogenic shock is one of the most common causes of admission and mortality to modern cardiac intensive care units. This is data from the Critical Care's Cardiology Trials Network published 4 years ago, in which they showed that it was among the top 3 both for admissions and mortality, just below respiratory failure and unstable cardiac dysrhythmia. What we also know is that there is significant variations in practice patterns around the management of these patients. And this has been published now for more than 3 to 4 years, in which they've shown around the country, looking at payer mix databases and other registries, that there are significant variations based on race, ethnicity, sex, based on volumes amongst hospitals, based on the time when these patients present, based on expertise with LVADs and ECMO, and based on the timing of when they present, whether it's on hours, off hours, weekends, or holidays. And in the absence of adequately powered randomized controlled trials to inform management, we see that these heterogeneities, these variations in practice patterns that continue to endure. Now, how do we classify shock? The definitions of shock have significantly evolved now over the last 2.5 to 3 decades since the shock trial. We initially had the Diamond-Forrester classification, which labeled these patients as your typical cold and wet of pathophysiology, but we've learned that binary classification is a bit dated. The shock trial showed that we look at these patients based on blood pressure and based on their need for vasopressors, and we can use a couple of markers of end organ perfusion, whether they have good adequate limb perfusion, what their urinary output looks like, what their heart rate is. But then what we saw was that despite this, and this is a very seminal trial, that even despite that, there were varied definitions that were used amongst a number of clinical trials in which they were looking at enrolling these patients, whether it was the IABP Shock 2 study, whether it was the culprit shock study. Given some of these heterogeneities and given the clinical equipoise that was being seen in the management of these patients, Society for Cardiovascular Angiography and Intervention came forth with a 5-stage classification system, the stage A through E, in which patients were classified as either stage E when they were at risk for shock, but did not have any of the classic features. Those that were borderline shock, that were having early signs of pre-shock based on heart rate or perfusion, classic shock that met all the criteria of hemodynamics, deteriorating shock in which they were not responding to the initial therapies, or extremis when they were receiving active CPR and they were having to go on to ECMO. This was a very important study and a very important method because it took into consideration 3 features that are multidisciplinary: the physical exam, biomarkers, and hemodynamics. Now, it did get validated based on retrospective data from the Mayo Clinic, in which they showed that each increasing severity stage of shock based on the SkySagan system was associated with increased CICU mortality. Then the German data showed that based on in-hospital mortality. And then there was subsequent validation by Dave Barron and his previous team at Centera, in which they did it prospectively. And then they got further iterated, or it got further refined in 2022 with the newest version of the SkyShock classification system, in which they created some granularity around cardiac arrest and other potentially modifiable and non-modifiable causes of cardiogenic shock, with the goal being to provide the most balanced and the most granular way to guide clinical care. Now, one thing I will say is that it also includes cardiac arrest. And the reason why cardiac arrest is so important is because that we know that cardiac arrest complicating cardiogenic shock carries a significantly higher risk of morbidity and mortality than just cardiogenic shock alone. So what are the gaps in knowledge that currently exist with the management of these patients? Revascularization. Now we know that the culprit shock study and subsequent studies, at least observational design, showed that revascularizing the culprit vessel brings better results than fixing all of the vessels, especially with chronic total occlusion. Less contrast, less risk for acute kidney injury. But again, that study, as important as it was 6 years ago, it didn't have all the more contemporary features of care that we see in current practice. More robust MCS use, more liberal PA catheter use. Devices. This is a data-free zone right now. We've had a number of important studies that have come out over the course of the last few months with ECLS shock and the Euroshock, which have shown that ECMO doesn't change outcomes, but perhaps even increases complications. We're going to have a danger study coming out within the next year with data with regard to how early use of Impella with AMI shock may change outcomes. Our colleagues up in Henry Ford showed, at least based on observational data, that using Impella pre-PCI in select patients and with PA catheters may be associated with improved outcomes. We need randomized clinical trials. Drugs. A lot to be learned about pharmacotherapies. We have to obviously the DORE-ME study, which showed no difference in outcomes between dobutamine and milrinone. There's some data that suggests that norepinephrine, may be the best vasopressor to use at the initial time of shock treatment. But again, data-free zone. But what we want to talk about today is the role of shock teams and team-based care, and doing it within a network of regionalized systems of care with dedicated hospitals and team members. So what do the guidelines state? We don't have a lot of class 1 guidelines for management of shock. In fact, we have very little for heart failure shock. The vast majority of it is for AMI shock. So what we know is that early invasive angiography and immediate echo get a class 1A. Culprit vessel revascularization, again, gets a class 1. Invasive blood pressure monitoring with the use of an A-line is important. Supporting them on the vent is important. But besides that, everything else is either a class 2B or a class 3. The balloon pump got downgraded as a result of the IABP Shock 2 study. And PA catheters still have a class 2 recommendation because of data from the ESCAPE trial and subsequent registry studies, which were looking at primarily heart failure patients, not those with shock that got a PA catheter. Now, we know this is a complex disease state. It's multifaceted. As we have shown, it's also heterogeneous, and it's due to essentially pump failure that then progresses down multiple proverbial paths of inflammation, ischemia, vasoconstriction, volume overload, lactic acidosis, refractory arrhythmias, and ultimately culminates in death. We do know that it's also very complex. Patients don't always present in the classic left ventricular phases of shock. They can have RV failure, they can have BIV failure, and even within those, we know that whether they are in AMI shock or heart failure shock, their outcomes can be different. And we've also known that based on the new cardiogenic shock working group classification system, whether they have one drug or two drugs, whether they have one device or multiple devices, the trajectory of their clinical care can also change. And we do know that in these patients, congestion, and you can look at congestion by way of biomarkers, BNP, you can also look at it by way of liver function and kidney function. These can correlate with higher right atrial pressures, wedge pressures, and therefore they can correlate with higher risks of death and higher the chance of need for cardiac replacement therapies. We do know that those that present with AMI shock are different than those that are in heart failure shock. The patients that are in heart failure shock are walking around in class 3 heart failure for months or years. And ultimately, there's some trigger, whether it's a small MI, whether it's changes in their diet, or whether it's just progressive pump failure, which causes these patients to kind of go down this proverbial spiral. Whereas those that have AMI shock are walking, they're healthy, they have good cardiac output and index, but acute coronary thrombosis with regional wall motion abnormality and infarct can then trigger a significant decline. And as low as 4% of myocardial mass can get affected by an MI. and that can result in significant shock. Now, we do know that the overall utilization of mechanical circulatory support devices is on the rise. You'll see here in 2012 in blue that the overall utilization of balloon pump went down significantly. And that, I guess, in gray. And again, that was because of the IABP Shock 2 study, which showed no difference in outcomes between a balloon pump and medical. Whereas the use of VA ECMO and PVADs or Impella went up. But again, we need randomized clinical trials to show whether these devices actually improve outcomes. We do know that they can improve hemodynamics, but at the same time, there is a significant risk of bleeding, vascular complications, hemolysis, and other adverse sequelae which can come with these. Not to say that they should not be used, but there really should be a select criteria that is based on consensus, based on best practices around vascular access and management in the ICU, and ultimately closure. The vascular complications can significantly increase the risk for morbidity and mortality in these patients. And as we know, they can work on different areas of the heart. So with, for example, ECMO significantly unloads the right side of the heart, but it circulates that blood back into the iliofemoral system at the expense of increased afterload on the left side of the heart. Impella, as we know, reduces afterload by literally taking the blood from the left ventricle and putting it into the peripheral circuit, and it reduces preload, but it also comes at the increased risk for hemolysis, pigment nephropathy, and also bleeding and vascular complications. The balloon pump, as we've known, it's been used for more than 5 decades. It can provide about a half a liter, in some cases, a liter of output, and specifically in heart failure patients who are super responders. But that device has very limited amount of support that it can provide. And as I just showed you from the IABP Shock 2 study and others, it was not associated with any improvement in outcomes compared to placebo. And so using the right device is based on using it at the right time, is based on understanding how each of these devices works at the level of the pressure volume loop on the left and or the right ventricle, understanding how it works on afterload and cardiac power, but also coronary perfusion, and thus doing it in a true patient-centered approach based on the right physiology, and doing it early with early explant and having a good bailout strategy is key to ensuring good outcomes. Otherwise, they can be fraught with complications. Now, as I've discussed with you, using the right device requires an innate understanding of the pressure volume loop. So as you can see here in figure B, a patient that goes into cardiogenic shock is very far out on the Frank-Starling curve with markedly elevated filling pressures, a lot of afterload, and very little cardiac output. So in these patients, sometimes using one device in conjunction with another, so sometimes VA ECMO with either a septostomy or Impella as an LV vent, sometimes using tandem heart, there's an LV thrombus, and we feel that unloading the ventricle indirectly by way of the septal puncture may provide good cardiac output and reduce afterload. A variety of different devices and drugs can be used. The key is to understand how pressure volume loop hemodynamics are modulated by these devices, and to use them at a time when it's early in the shock state with a plan for serial follow-up with the multidisciplinary cardiac, surgical, and critical care and heart failure teams, and with the plan to take these devices out in a controlled environment, whether it's in the cardiovascular operating room or in the cardiac catheterization laboratories, to help reduce the risk for bleeding and vascular complications. And as we know, the longer that we use these devices, there's a higher the risk for infection, vascular complications, hemolysis, stroke, access site issues, ICU issues as it pertains to delirium, myopathy, critical care illness. And so really using these devices is about using them in the right person, in the right patient, at the right time, for the right shock phenotype, and having a plan around explant at the earliest time possible. Now, there are challenges to performing randomized clinical trials with these devices. The reason why we've had so many negative trials is multifactorial. Many of them, they were enrolled well after the time the patient developed multi-organ system failure, and we know that they don't have much of a chance to derive benefit. Some of them is that these are just different patients. Within the heart failure patient population, there's a valvular heart failure, there's significant non-ischemic heart failure due to idiopathic cardiomyopathy. Then there's also restrictive or constrictive heart failure, amyloid, a variety of disease states that are associated with different outcomes. Also difficult to enroll patients. The Danger Shock study just finished enrollment, but it took 10 years. So to enroll these patients, you have to have the right patients based on what we feel the clinical question is going to be answered, but to do it in a time when we follow them and we follow them closely, and we really look at the clinical endpoints that matter. Even if you do that, even if you have the perfect clinical trial in which you enroll the patients that you want to study, you're only still seeing about a third of the patients that really exist in real world practice. So there are limitations with randomized clinical trials. We really always hang our hats on that because that's true science rather than your observational data. But even with that, we know that there are limitations. Other limitations include, inadequate matching of the device to the appropriate shock severity, and also sometimes including patients that may, unfortunately, for lack of a better term, in which the horse is out of the barn and they may be in multi-organ system failure and really have minimal chance to derive any clinical benefit. Now, we do know that PA catheters have some merit. So, it was more than 5 decades ago when the PA catheter was first introduced into clinical practice. But then in the late 90s and the mid 2000s, we had data coming from the medical ICU literature and then just purely from heart failure, not in shock, and would show that the PA catheter may be potentially associated with increased risk for harm and no potential benefit to improve outcomes. Now, there are some data points that we do know that have been validated based on the initial shock study that are derived from the PA catheter and are correlated with outcomes. One of these is cardiac power, which is essentially your MAP times your cardiac output over 451. And when that number is less than 0.6, we do know that that is correlated with a higher risk of in-hospital mortality. And over the last couple of years, we've had some important data that's come out now, initially from the Cardiogenic Shock Working Group, and then subsequently from the Cardiac Critical Care Trials Network, that suggests that something as simple as a PA catheter, for diagnostic purposes, if done in a thorough and a comprehensive manner to fully understand the shock physiologic state, can be associated with improved outcomes, not only during the index ICU stay, but also during the course of the entire hospitalization. And it can be associated with a higher tendency to use more advanced and more cutting-edge devices, and to do them in the right time when the patient has the best chance to derive any benefit. So we have PA catheters, we have devices, but how do we put all this together and to do it in a team-based fashion? So the authors from the cardiac catheterization, from the Society of Cardiovascular Angiography Intervention, published in Catheterization and Cardiovascular Intervention 8 years ago, an argument. They put forth an argument for developing a team-based approach to shock, similar to what's been done with structural heart disease, what's been done with aortic syndromes, trauma, sepsis, cancer. And they said that the rationale is simple, and it's simple because it's a complex disease state. Having one mind, guiding the care and making the decision is not enough. We need a full multidisciplinary approach. There's a lot of variations in clinical practice. To date, we don't have randomized clinical trial data to guide management. A clinical precedent exists with these other disease states, and the goal is to identify these team members, develop protocols, risk stratification mechanisms, and take this data from the hospital level and really to do it at the level of the community, and then take all of that data and foster further multi-center collaboration and to improve outcomes. You couple that with institutional mechanisms around oversight and also around quality improvement, there really is promise here to help advance the care of these patients. And so our site at Inova here published our first paper in 2019, looking at our approach to doing this. And then a year later, we put forth what we thought was kind of a blueprint, if you will, for what worked for us, and with the goal to see if other sites around the state and around the country would be willing to adopt similar models. So when we looked at our state of shock care back in 2016, we identified a couple of opportunities for improvement. One, fractured care. That we had good teams, excellent doctors and experts, advanced practice providers and other specialists. We were not always working together and not always communicating. And so when you're working in parallel, you have great ideas, but sometimes that it requires that synergy to bring everyone to the same at the table to discuss and identify what we think is the best plan of care for the patient. As a result of that, many of these patients were detected late and they were too sick to derive any benefit from the therapies available. We did not have a streamlined access to get these patients here to Inova Heart and Vascular. And as a result of that, there was a lot of one-offs. Whereas, for one or two good cases that you would have just as many poor outcomes. And as a result, based on these heterogeneities and the absence of societal guidelines to advance care, there was significant variations in practice patterns. We put forth our timeline around developing an initiative for advancing the care of cardiogenic shock. And as you can see, that was July in 2016. We brought forth team members from interventional cardiology, heart failure, cardiac critical care, EV surgery, and we put forth education to service lines across the Heart Institute, but across the campus. We had regular biweekly mechanisms for clinical improvement around case reviews. And then ultimately, at the end of 2022, we had over 1,400 patients. Our data was born out of the fact that not only do we work on developing good communication and care within our main hospital, but we worked on trying to do it across the entire community. Really, it's a team-based sport. There's not one main actor. There's not one, there's not a Michael Jordan. Everybody here is a team, and doing it in a team-based fashion, not only within the hospital, but across the community. Recognizing, for me, for example, as a cardiologist, that at my institution, I rely heavily on Dr. Spear and his team as surgical experts. I rely on Dr. Desai and the heart failure experts. I rely on Dr. Sinha and the critical care experts to provide their knowledge and expertise is the best way to do it. And we fostered that across the community in Northern Virginia around 6 basic principles. Identify shock early at the level of EMS in the emergency room. Stabilize them, get them their IVs, and start them on norepinephrine early. Revascularize the culprit vessel early. PA catheter use early. If it's a heart failure shock patient, do a PA catheter first, understand the shock state, and then with all the experts on the call and at the bedside to get them to this cardiac intensive care unit for full longitudinal multidisciplinary care. And we did that, through a number of different interventions. So first, we developed a call line through what was then called cardiac access, and now to the medical transfer line, in which we developed a one-line conduit, if you will, that referring doctors can get the patients in. We then developed order sets with an Epic, and we did a health system sprint more than 4.5 years ago, in which a patient coming to the ER or the cardiac intensive care unit or the cath lab can go down this protocolized pathway of management using these order sets. We then worked on facilitating great collaboration and communication with our partners across the community, in which we reviewed cases, and they provided us feedback, and we provided them feedback in bi-directional manner, and then we reviewed all of these cases 100% of the time. And so the key that we identified was that these are the questions that need to be asked by the doctor or the APP at the bedside of the patient. Does this patient meet criteria for shock? Are there any absolute contraindications to escalate treatment? Do we have the appropriate resources? This is a very important question during the era of COVID, when resources were very constrained, and when we had a global pandemic in which people were dying by the millions. And is a patient hemodynamically stable for transfer? We put these protocols together. Our protocol initially was very simple, and it combined AMI and heart failure. But at least what we saw was that using this protocol over the course of 1.5 years, we were able to improve survival from 47% at baseline to nearly 60%. And then looking at some parameters that were longitudinal, but which were dynamic and meaningful. So age, diabetes, whether they have chronic kidney disease, the more classic ones, but also looking at things like the cardiac power at 24 hours, looking at the pulmonary arterial pulse, still the index at 24 hours, we can measure right-sided function and their lactate, and the need for vasopressors. We were able to develop some mechanism for risk stratification to better understand these patients. Now, understanding that they have shock, recognizing it and starting treatment is one thing, but then really where the process moves forward is in the cardiac intensive care unit. There, we've worked very closely with our nursing teams, with our pharmacy teams, and others, to develop mechanisms to identify shock through serial monitoring of the PA catheter, to identify what phase of shock they were in, where they were during the course of the stay, and then using those hemodynamics, whether it was cardiac power, pulmonary arterial pulsatility, right atrial pressure, and wedge, be able to either escalate or de-escalate therapy, with the goal ultimately being native heart recovery, and if not, then looking at cardiac replacement therapies in the appropriate patient at the right time. So, as we discussed, we believe that a standardized and comprehensive approach is the way to do it. It starts in the community, in which level 2 sites and level 3 sites work closely to recognize the patient, stabilize them again to level 1 site. So level 3 sites are those that may have a standalone ER, an ICU, and with some ACLS capabilities. Level 2 are primary PCI, and level 1, like many sites on this call, have full spectrum services with a AHA level 1 cardiac intensive care unit, and with the ability to provide ECMO, complex surgery, complex PCI, and LVAD and or transplant. The data that was shown was first at ANOVA and then subsequently Utah and Ottawa, and then data from Henry Ford, which is a multi-center study looking at Impella early, was more of an AMI shock and more of a device-driven protocol. But as you can see, what all of these showed was that doing it in a team-based fashion, you can improve outcomes. And the last two, compared to the historical cohort, and they showed significant improvements. The Cardiac Critical Care Trials Network put out data 2 years ago, looking at sites that had shock teams and those that did not. They showed higher rates of PA catheter use in line with multidisciplinary phenotype-driven care, more overall advanced MCS use, again, driven by the fact that there were protocols to follow these patients and escalate or de-escalate, and they found lower CICU mortality. At our site, we went from phase 1.0 to phase 2.0, in which we took these protocols and we did them at the level of the ER, the cath lab, and the CICU, and they were laminated and put in all of these centers. Then there was the 3.0 phase we started last year, looking at purely AMI and purely heart failure separately, and developing protocols for devices based on whether they were SCI stage C, D, or E, and then even within those, looking at whether they were LV, BIV, or RV. And ultimately, our goal is to validate that data to be able to understand better. Now, there's more to be learned. Currently the platforms that are being used around the country are by phone. There are discussions around developing AI and using video platforms. It's key to validate these protocols for heart failure and AMI. It's equally important to develop regionalized systems of care across the Commonwealth and other places around the country to facilitate collaboration among centers. But really where the data comes in the most handy is based on research. And that's multi-center clinical registries, whether it's the Cardiogenic Shock Working Group, Cardiac Critical Care Trials Network, AHA, which is putting forth a nice lean case report form, and others. That's where we are really able to learn the most about the science of shock, the disease state, the complexities, the biomarkers, the proteomics and genomics, to really develop a higher level of understanding. All of this, coupled with mechanisms for institutional oversight and quality improvement, really will hold key and serve our patients well in terms of understanding how to develop truly team-based and patient-centered care for a patient population that unfortunately for more than 2 decades has been plagued with mortality rates of more than 50%. I thank you very much for the opportunity to join this call. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tarani. So I guess we are probably out of time. Do you have a hard stop in terms of questions? I think we can go ahead and probably wrap it up. Sherry, do you want to give us some final housekeeping notes?
So we are going to kind of transition over to VCSQI. So we're going to clean off the tables and get dinner service ready. Feel free to stretch your legs, go outside and get some fresh air, walk around, jog around if you like, and come back in about 5:10.
And for those of you who aren't able to stick around, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you so much for all the work that you have done over the past year. You guys are doing great stuff and it's making a big difference. So thank you. Hopefully you can stick around for VCSQI, but if not, we appreciate it. Thanks again to Sherry and Eddie and to everybody else who helped make today go so smoothly. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're gonna adjust the temperature as well. What time would you like them to come back? Freedom? Okay. Okay, so go ahead. If you're staying for the VCSQI meeting, please feel free to help yourself to dinner. If not, thank you so much for joining. Everyone online, you feel free to hang out. We're gonna start the VCSQI meeting promptly at 5:45. So if you're gonna stay online, I'll play a little bit of jazz for us to listen to. If not, feel free to take a break and come back and see us. Thank you.